me tapping on it right now. You hear that?
Yeah.
It's good. There's a little white noise when everything was off.
How are you? Good to see you. Good afternoon, everyone. Are we ready? Do I have the mic on, Paul? Very good. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Atlantic Council. My name is Damon Wilson. I'm Executive Vice President here at the Atlantic Council. I'm just delighted to welcome you here. I think the Swedish ambassador just mentioned to me upon walking in, he felt like he's coming home, because we are doing a lot of transatlantic work right now, particularly focused on this region, on energy issues, on Europe at large. This is a big transatlantic week for us, which I'll talk about in a moment, and we are just so delighted to be able to kick off this week with this conference. We're opening our two-day conference on American energy prowess and a strategic foreign policy perspective, and we're honored to have with us throughout this conference political leaders, thinkers, analysts, top industrial players from the United States, Europe, and Eurasia. I want to give a particular word of thanks to the Hungarian presidency of the Visegrad presidency, Hungarian presidency of the Visegrad Group. Ambassador Zaparai, thank you, Ambassador Nida Orban are here as our partners in this endeavor, and we very much appreciate helping us keep this issue front and center here at the Atlantic Council. Our task over the next day and a half is really to evaluate the strategic foreign policy aspects of the American shale gas revolution and its effect on the transatlantic relationship and Central and Eastern Europe in particular. The Atlantic Council is active on energy issues globally and in Europe and Eurasia in particular. Our goal of all of our programming has been to strive on how we can actually have energy bring nations together. So long before the Ukraine crisis, we've been arguing here for a transatlantic energy alliance. Now these ideas, which were seen far-fetched or quite difficult to proceed, are actually gaining quite a bit of traction, as I was discussing with some of my colleagues who have been spending more time on the Hill rather than less, as there's more interest in what's happening on this set of issues right now. We strongly feel that actions taken by the transatlantic partners are critical in shaping the new world of energy, and that global cooperation must be led by the Atlantic community to effectively address both climate change and to advance a pathway to a secure energy future. We're working on a range of energy projects here, from European energy security, like today's conference, our annual Istanbul summit, which, if you're not familiar with it, please take a look at our annual summit in November, economic and energy summit that takes place every year in Istanbul as a hub for debate and discussion on these issues, as well as the workshops that we're doing on a range of issues, the nexus between energy, food, and water in Africa, energy sector reform in Latin America. It pervades a lot of our work here at the Council. But the Ukraine crisis itself, I think, has served as a wake-up call to address one of the most acute vulnerabilities in Europe itself. Although I'd argue we've had a couple of these wake-up calls before. Will this one be different? Energy and natural gas in particular have been the Achilles heel of the EU for a long time, showcased by the 2006 and the 2009 Russo-Ukrainian gas disputes and the ensuing cutoffs in European gas supply. But Europe has done a lot. Europe's responded to this over the past few years to remedy many of these shortcomings and to make it through the season without another disruption. But I think what we want to try to do here is to think long and hard about how to reduce its still significant exposure to a resurgent and potentially belligerent Russia. Indeed, Gazprom still supplies more than half of Ukraine's gas demand and close to 1/3 of Europe's imports. Roughly half of that, about 82 billion cubic meters, went through Ukraine in 2013. Gas, of course, is just part of the story. Ukraine and Europe are also highly dependent on crude oil and refined products from Russia. But on the other side of the Atlantic, the United States is approaching a new energy independent status due to the natural gas revolution. U.S. crude production obviously is approaching historic levels, the historical highs achieved in the 1970s, and record levels of natural gas production have led to lower domestic prices that have helped reshape America's energy economy, that have reduced our own energy imports, impacting the global market, and spurred debates that many of you have taken part in about U.S. LNG exports to our European allies that are in a vulnerable energy situation. So we hope to evaluate how this energy revolution in the United States plays out in our foreign policy choices and determine ways to strengthen Europe's security and the transatlantic alliance through reinforced energy ties. Today's conference is closely connected with what we have developed as our Ukraine and Europe initiative. In the immediate aftermath of Russia's seizure of Crimea, the Atlantic Council launched a specific program to try to galvanize the transatlantic community behind the task of ensuring that Ukraine survives as an independent, united nation with the ability to determine its own future, including a fair shot at becoming a more democratic and less corrupt state integrating into Europe. This program has been focusing on how through our work here, we keep Ukraine at the top of the transatlantic agenda, on how we anticipate potential Russian actions against Ukraine and game out the most effective strategies to prevent, deter, or counter these moves, advancing practical and urgent policies in the most critical areas to ensure Ukraine survives in the short term but thrives in the medium to long term, and building a transatlantic community of influence that can support the idea of a European Ukraine itself. This conference is also a great way, as I started to say, to kick off our transatlantic week here at the Atlantic Council. We're celebrating the 15th anniversary of the first round of NATO enlargement, the 10th anniversary of the European Union and NATO's historic enlargements, the Big Bang rounds, if you will. Within the next 3 days, we have the pleasure of hosting Vice President Joseph Biden, Secretary of State John Kerry here at the Council for our special tribute to NATO and the European Union in the form of a conference toward a Europe whole and free. European Commission President Barroso will also address the conference together with American and European leaders, foreign and defense ministers, prime ministers, prominent legislators, key enlargement architects, and other top strategists. Between this conference, I think we have over 10 members of Congress engaged in a very vital debate on Europe. That's what a time when many thought that actually wasn't possible in this town, it is. We're honoring President Barroso himself with our Distinguished Leadership Award at our annual Distinguished Leadership Awards dinner this Wednesday, along with Tom Enders of Airbus, U.S. Secretary of Defense Chuck Hagel, and Ruslana, one of the leaders of the Euromaidan in Ukraine. This all comes together in a coherent package, how we talk about energy security today and what options that gives to the idea of Europe, a Europe that's whole and free and determining its own destiny. The Hungarian presidency of the Visegrad Group has played a critical role in this two-day conference. Ambassador Anita Orban and Ambassador Zapati, again, thank you for the initiative on this effort, and thank you for your support of this endeavor. We're also grateful to the Deputy Chief of Mission, Peter Kalatai, and Political Officer Anna Strumpf, who have been tremendously helpful in putting together the program, especially on the Hill tomorrow. As Anna was saying, we have a U.S. Senator speaking on the House side as a sign of commitment and testimony to the importance of these energy issues right now. I also want to thank our own team that's been led by our acting director of our Dino Patricio Eurasia Center, David Koryani, who heads up our work on Eurasian energy issues here at the Council. He's long been involved with Central European energy security issues in his days as serving as National Security Advisor to the Hungarian Prime Minister Gordon Bajnai. And he's been instrumental in bringing together the Visegrad countries here through our work at the Atlantic Council, as well as his work when he was in Budapest. A big thanks to David and his team, Laura Linderman, Stephen Kyle, Dylan Rebstock, for putting this together. So again, let me welcome all of you to the Atlantic Council. We have a rich two-day agenda ahead of us with terrific speakers and moderators. Let's get to work. I want to wish you a successful conference. And to put the real expert on the podium, I'm going to turn over to Anita Orban. Everybody in this room knows Ambassador Orban as the Ambassador at Large for Energy Security for Hungary since 2010. Prior to that, she served as a Director of Constellation Energy Institute in Budapest, as Executive Vice President of the International Center for Democratic Transition, and as an Executive Director of the Budapest Atlantic Forum. But more importantly, she's literally written the book on these sets of issues, energy security and the ties to Russia. And for our purposes, she's demonstrated over the years that she's one of the most insightful, but also one of the most effective operators on these sets of issues. So with that, Ambassador Orban, the podium's yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Damon. Thank you very much. This was putting too much on me. It was overly flattering introduction. Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you here today and thank you for accepting our invitation and join today's conference. If I were a skilled enough diplomat, I would tell you that when we started planning this event, we have foresaw what is coming in Ukraine. But I have to admit that we didn't. We actually didn't. What happened is that we just got extremely lucky with the timing of the conference. And what happened between November and now only reinforces the message which we wanted to deliver and wanted to talk about all along. We are here in a V4+ format representing the 4 Visegrad countries of Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, and V4+ representing our friends, neighbors, and partners from Croatia, Bulgaria, Romania, and the Baltic states. Energy supply security and price of energy has become one of the most important components of today's crisis in Ukraine. And one side is using energy as a weapon, and via that, obviously, raising the stakes, the economic, the financial, the social, and the national security stakes in the conflict. As neighboring countries of Ukraine, we are the first ones within the European Union to be affected by a potential supply security cut. And we are the first ones, and we are the ones who can also offer meaningful alternatives for Ukraine via the reverse flow capabilities. We are here today to discuss, as Central Eastern European and Southeastern European countries and the United States, what we can do together for the energy security of the entire region, Ukraine included. Let me cite a quotation from a book which was written about 200 years ago. The great and only object desirable to the United States was that which they, meaning the United States, are entitled to by right. Freedom to their commerce, freedom of admission and departure for ships, freedom for purchase and sale of goods. The more completely they could obtain these, the better. The book was written by John Quincy Adams, and its title is Memoirs Regarding American Diplomacy with Russia. I think for the record, we can admit that most likely John Quincy Adams, when referring to ships, didn't have LNG ships in mind, but his words can be as applicable today as they were 200 years ago. As a conclusion, the most important thing I need to do is to thank the Atlantic Council and Damon Wilson personally for co-hosting this conference with us and taking leadership on this issue, and for the other Visegrad embassies for joining us here today in co-organizing the event. And I would like to, I think that with Damon we had the same perception about how this event came together, because I would like to recognize exactly the same individuals you recognized. And let me do it, and if you don't mind, please stand up, because you need a huge applause. They are the spirit and mind of the event. I think my future bosses in the Hungarian Foreign Ministry. Anna Stumpf, Peter Kalottai, and David Korányi. So thank you.
Shall we? Please. So, is this working? Can you hear me? Perfect. So my name is David Korányi. I'm the acting director of the Dinu Patriciu Eurasia Center here at the Atlantic Council. Let me join Anita and Damon. Let me first of all thank you for your brilliant introductions and your thanks, and let me join you in welcoming you all today at this conference. And let me just reiterate our pleasure at the Atlantic Council, and also my personal pleasure as a Hungarian to co-host this two-day conference together with the Hungarian Visegrad presidency. As Anita alluded to that, when we first discussed the idea of doing a conference, I believe last November, we just didn't have the strategic foresight of how acute these issues will become by the time we get here. And we have never dreamt of such a great attention here in Washington, thanks to the adventures and actions of Mr. Putin in Ukraine. And I'm really happy to see, in addition to many of the familiar faces, we have been working on these issues for quite some time, also a lot of new faces who are interested in this very subject here in Washington and the Washington community. So our original goals for the conference were to, one, discuss the options to lessen dependence of Central European countries on a single energy supplier, namely Russia. And then second, to determine ways to strengthen Europe's energy security and the transatlantic alliance through reinforced energy ties between not only the United States but North America and Europe. And these twin goals, what we have come up back in November, are more valid than ever in light of the rapidly deteriorating relationship between the United States and Europe on the one hand, and Russia on the other. So today's conference, as Damon alluded to, is part of an initiative, the Eurasian Energy Security Initiative, that reflects the Atlantic Council's and the Eurasia Center's systematic work on these issues, European energy security, diversification, natural gas routes and pipelines. The crown jewel of which, again, as Damon alluded to, is the Istanbul summit in November. Anita and many others had the fortune to have been before and will get invited this year as well. So I'm pleased to moderate the first session, which is entitled Energy Security as a Strategic Liability, Perceptions and Realities, which is a very sophisticated way of saying that we can talk about whatever we want. But our intention is actually to provide a strategic overview on two things. One, the main challenges for European and more closely Central European and Visegrad energy security, especially in the light of the Ukraine crisis. And then second, try to identify ways to help the V4 countries, the wider region, Europe, through enhanced transatlantic cooperation on energy. And then throughout the day, what we plan to do is to drill down deeper and to first discuss in the second panel US LNG exports and the options. Then in the third panel to discuss the Visegrad 4 and wider European market integration, especially in natural gas. And then tomorrow in the morning, hear from congressional leaders on their perspective on the US unconventional oil and gas revolution and the ensuing US LNG options. So let's get down to business. We have a terrific panel today, a fantastic lineup. I spare you with long introductions, but let me just say our first speaker today is Amos Hochstein, who is the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Energy Diplomacy at the Department of State. He oversees US foreign policy engagement in the critical intersection of energy and national security. And he's a key player in the European and Eurasian energy space. And more importantly, we work closely on a number of issues, and he is also a regular at the Istanbul Summit. So Amos, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, David. And thank you to the Atlantic Council and to the government of Hungary and the V4. And I'm pleased to be able to say not only thank you to Ambassador Orban, but to say thank you to Anita, who I see as consider a friend and colleague. And it's been an incredible ride to be working with Anita and the rest of the energy envoys in Central Europe since the moment that I started in this position just about 3 years ago. She was one of the first trips that I made was to Hungary to a meeting she chaired of the V4 Plus at that time as well. But the subject wasn't Ukraine. The subject was then Nabucco West versus TAP. And I always thought I was going to say I'm glad I don't have to talk about, we are really neutral. And today I missed that topic compared to the topics that we have to discuss now. So, but it's really a pleasure. And I have to admit that the foresight of the Atlantic Council and the V4 countries of scheduling this in this timeline, even without the crisis in Ukraine, this was an incredibly important topic to discuss. And obviously today things are a little bit more acute. And to that, I wanted to frame that conversation a little bit. Especially, I really like to thank David for finally explaining what the title meant, so we can talk about whatever we want. I was struggling with that as well. But I like to look at this from the perspective of where we are today, and to take a point in time to take us from that point to today. And we've all been working on energy security as an important component of geopolitics for a very long time. This is not a new issue. But it's changed over time. I mean, we've had the shock in the early 1970s, and we've had other areas of concern. But I wanted to pick a moment in time, and that is January 1st, 2009. The shutoff of the gas to Ukraine that Damon mentioned in his opening comments. And I want to pick that time to to kind of look at what we're doing today and what's happening today in that context. And as the gas was shut off in January 1st and then to the rest of Europe on January 7th, that crisis ended on January 20th, which by coincidence was the day that a new administration was sworn in here in Washington, by coincidence or not. And I want to use that timeline because what we have today, as this crisis has evolved in Ukraine, and specifically the discussion around the energy subject and its connection to the crisis, it has been about headlines, largely. And there's that small group of people that's not a lot larger than the people fit in this room that really have been working on these issues on a regular basis. But the headlines, what you can say in a headline and what you can say in reality is very, very different. And the work that was created and the change in the mindset that we had here in the United States, and I believe in Europe as well, in 2009 was critical. Secretary Clinton just came into office on the next day after this crisis ended. And in her first trip to Europe and in her first conversations with her new counterparts, the subject of energy security in Europe came up. And it came up repeatedly for months. And it led to a number of actions that were taken by her and by the administration. The first was to understand the importance that energy plays in our geopolitics and the increasing role that it's playing, and in the different way than it played out in the past. This wasn't only about OPEC versus the world. This wasn't about the crisis of the past. This was the crisis of the present and the future. And therefore, when she went through the process of establishing a review of the State Department and what we were established to look at and what did our bureaucracy not look at, she asked that they specifically look at energy. And that's where the creation of the Energy Bureau at the State Department really came from, is to expand what was an envoy shop of 3-4 people into a bureau today of 90, and is to really understand how we need to address this. Second, now in the bureaucracy, that means we started that conversation in early 2009 and we established it in the middle of 2011 because it was critically important. Otherwise, it would be in 2021. But second were a number of steps. And one of them was establishing the US-EU Energy Council that met for the first time in late 2009 and has just had its 5th meeting just a few weeks ago as a critical moment in this crisis. And as we look at what happened throughout that period, is we've had a lot of change, and a lot of change for the good. It used to be that we talked about an energy security in Europe. The main topic of conversation for conferences in Washington and elsewhere was the Southern Corridor, the twin brother to what we did together in BTC 20 years ago, and then looking at doing it in oil, and now doing that in gas. And even though our talking points were, even though this is only 16 BCM in total, or 10 BCM of gas going into Europe, the significance was the symbolism. And addressing even if it's a drop in the bucket, addressing that vulnerability in Europe as for dependency on natural gas. But what we were not talking about in public, and we were doing in the discussion in the US-EU Energy Council, and in the part of the conversation about that Nabucco West versus TAP, was bringing about the fact that no matter which route was selected, it left a vulnerability in both areas. Nobody was going to be satisfied alone by that pipeline, and therefore what? One, the United States is committed to the energy security of all of Europe, regardless of which part of the path they were on. But how do we translate that? What does that mean? And I think that the part of what we're seeing now is that the pipelines that go from Russia, and the dominance that Russia has in Europe of pipelines that go from Russia through Ukraine, through Belarus, through other means, we're going in one direction. The ability of what Anita talked about of reversing flows in Poland or Hungary, and the ability to do that overnight and have the capacity to do that, wasn't there in 2009. And it is there now. The fact that Hungary and Slovakia can announce an interconnector that connects, it means that we're not just going north-south and south-north, but east-west and west-east. Meaning we're looking at the infrastructure of Europe to be more integrated, more flexible, so that we can address the security vulnerabilities in the region. And that leads me to a critical point that the EU did, and that's the third energy package. Without that, the reverse flows that we're discussing today, not only the Poland and Hungary, but the Slovakia one that was signed today, could not have happened. The destination clause and the willingness by Europe to take strong and bold action that will create a framework towards that ultimate goal of a common market, a common energy market, but take those important steps over the last few years that enabled us to address this crisis in a very different way than we did in 2009. We would be in a different ballgame if we did not have the third energy package, if we did not have the commitment and, to be honest, the vision of a number of people like Anita, of looking at all these different options, which normally meant that the first time you raised them, people thought you were crazy and they were never going to happen. Yet again, that was what they said about BTC and the Southern Corridor. But cynics never win, and they never create anything. And when you have the vision and the willingness to do it, it means that you don't get everything done, but you get some done. So we had bold action on the EU part. We were willing to put in as much commitment as we were able to fill in the gaps and to support these processes. But we also have to have commitment to do other things. It's not enough. What we've done is not enough. We talk about infrastructure and pipelines. But we're in a new world, and we got to look at new infrastructure. And as we talk about LNG, for 3 years or more, Anita will probably tell me much more, but we've been talking about an LNG facility in Kirk Island in Croatia, in Poland, in Lithuania, a potential one that the EU has been considering for far too long but can't make a decision between Estonia and Finland, in Greece on the border with Bulgaria. These are all great opportunities, but the bankability of these projects and the finance side of it has not been addressed. And therefore, what is the role of the EU? What is the role of the United States? What is the role of the international financial institutions? And how do we make these projects bankable in order to be able to bring and to make what we are doing more impactful? 10 BCM of natural gas from the Southern Corridor is a good start, but it will not do. So how do you use the infrastructure that's going to spend tens of billions of dollars to create? And if we don't have more mechanisms to put more gas in there, then we've wasted an opportunity. Then we're only waiting for Azeri gas or maybe in the future Turkmen gas. But if we can look at this in a more holistic approach of having an LNG terminal in Kirk Island, and together with the Croatian bid round for offshore that they launched a few weeks ago, and together with more gas coming in to the southern corridor, now you can have a hub in Croatia. And the same could be done elsewhere, is just as an example. But these are the things that we are able to do. What we've learned over the last couple of weeks, I would say 4 weeks, is that a lot of the things that we've tried to do for months and we're not able to achieve because of bureaucracy and because of it's going to be okay and there's no crisis, at a moment of crisis we've been able to achieve a lot in 4 weeks. So nobody is happy this crisis has happened, and this is a terrible crisis. And we don't know how it's going to end yet. But we need to take advantage of this crisis to get some things done. And I think today's signing on the Slovakia-Ukraine was a great step in that direction. But how do we do more of that? And how do we open the prism a little bit so that we're not stuck looking at Europe and Ukraine and Russia and only that, but understanding what the context that we're living in is. What's happening in the Eastern Mediterranean? What are the options that Israel and Cyprus are going to have for exporting that gas? Is it going to go to Egypt, where it means different than if it goes to Turkey? Or if it's just going to have FLNG? And how does that fit into the hub in the region? And what happens in East Africa, and how quickly does that develop, and how does that get to Asia? And what's going to happen when Australian gas comes on the market over a period of the next decade, and how does that impact energy prices? And then finally, I'll get to the magic bullet that we've all been told. And that is, if the United States would just get off its rear end and export and provide licenses, everything would be solved. And we'll be in a utopian energy environment in Europe. And it's just not the case. First, we don't have any LNG exporting facilities today, even if we issued the licenses. And the first one will only come online in a couple of years. A little less than a couple of years, year and a half. I'm getting a dirty look from Anita. But it's not just about the licenses and what we're going to do in the future. It's to understand that if you look at the projection for natural gas imports into the United States of just, let's say, pick early 2009, and read all the experts and what they wrote about where we will be in imports and where we are today, it's an enormous delta of what we did not import. But what happened to that gas? That's gas that's been made available to go to other markets. So all that gas from Trinidad and Tobago and Qatar that was destined for the United States found new homes. And that made an impact on availability and price and enabled European consumers to, for the first time, to renegotiate contracts with the Russians. The second point, we are not going to be in a position of saying where the gas is going to go. That gas, DOE is going to approve the licenses, and we're not going to say this is gas going to Europe or to China. But we are going to say that this gas is going to go onto the market. And how that market plays out is going to be for the market forces to decide and not for the government, and we think that's a good thing. Now, as we affected the global market by not importing, the same will be true regardless of where the gas will go. It's going to create a chain reaction of how that's going to impact the rest of the market. And again, we think that's a good thing. And we're in the process, and we think we've actually done a fairly good job of doing this on an expeditious manner, again, only if you compare it to other bureaucratic US government processes, and to do this in the right way. So we don't think it's a magic bullet, but we think it's an important component of what's going to happen in the future in the energy market. And the lastly, I just want to take exception with something that Damon said, and that appears in the description of the title of today's event. And that is US energy independence, and the concept of US energy independence, which I personally don't believe exists. The concept doesn't exist, and if it did, we're not it. Yes, today we almost don't import any natural gas, and yes, we are poised to become an exporter very soon. How significant an export, we'll see. But we still import, and we're going to continue to importing oil. But the base point is not how much we import or export. The point is that even if everything we consume came from beneath our feet in the United States, we still would not be independent. It still would be true that a disruption anywhere in the world would have impacts everywhere around the world, including the United States. And whether it's a national security impact of Russia, of Strait of Hormuz in Iran, or if it's an accident that happens anywhere, we will suffer the consequences in the United States just as any other country will. So we have to think about that, because there's a difference between saying we're independent versus we are closer to self-sufficiency and more relying on our neighborhood for cheaper transportation of those products than we are on the globe. But that means that this is how we see ourselves and how others see us, and how we look at impacting, having that as an impact of foreign policy. And I'm not here to deny that it has an impact. I don't think we are mature enough yet in this process to understand what that impact really is, or what it's going to be. And if we were mature enough to say what we thought it was, it probably would prove us wrong. So I think with all that, I think that we have an enormous opportunity before us. We have a lot that it's happening, and I think that what I draw from this crisis, from the Ukraine crisis, is how closely we've become, our working relationship has become with Europe, with European member states individually, and with the EU as a whole. It has been, this last 4 weeks has been something that has been remarkable to me, how closely we've been able to work with Commissioner Oettinger and with his team and with others in the member states to make real progress and to change what could be a better and new future for Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Amos. First of all, the title of the conference is American Energy Prowess, not Independence.
Second, the explanation.
let me thank you for doing, I believe, a much better job than Jan Psaki did the other day on highlighting the results of the Clinton years in the State Department and the successes you have achieved together, especially with the Energy Bureau. Let me now turn to Coral Davenport, who is one of the leading energy journalists in this country. And she recently joined the New York Times from the National Journal, I believe in December, right? And she has actually more Twitter followers than Damon Wilson has, which is a surprising fact. So, Coral, the floor is yours. If you don't mind, just stay seated.
Sure. Amos, I wanted to touch specifically on, the hot topic of LNG exports. And what I think is interesting about this debate is within the State Department and around the rest of the world, there is this, and in certain corners of the Hill, there's this growing drumbeat of, once the Energy Department starts approving these terminals, even if it won't happen for a couple of years, this natural gas will get out on the market. It will have an impact on prices. It will have an impact on supply elsewhere around the world. But this is, and clearly the crisis in Ukraine is escalating the pressure for this. But the timing of this is also coinciding with another agency, the EPA, preparing to act on another major domestic and international policy agenda, which is EPA regulations on coal-fired power plants. We're going to see these proposed regulations on coal-fired power plants coming out next month. Already the market is reacting even before this comes out. We're seeing a major shift to natural gas just because of price. When these coal plants start shutting down, there's going to be a massive shift to natural gas. Prices are going to go up. I think that there's going to be a tremendous demand as we see the realization that the U.S. electricity market is going to be increasingly based on natural gas for the coming several years. In order to meet these requirements, I think the resistance to exports is going to get higher and higher and higher. And I think we're going to see this debate between the market saying we need this natural gas so we can meet our climate change regulations and not have electricity prices skyrocket, and that may be more important than exporting this. I think this debate is going to intensify within the U.S. in the coming years, and that the domestic priority of affordable electricity is going to carry a lot of muscle, even though we're going to see a lot of foreign policy hawks saying, well, we need this gas. I mean, I wonder what you think about that debate, and I'd like to open it up to the other panelists as well. I see that coming, really strongly in the headlights.
You want to respond right away?
Sure. First, I've never been happier to be the guy who does foreign policy, not domestic policy. And I'll let the EPA speak for itself. Look, I think that there's a certain circular nature to prices. And what I've learned over the last several years is you got to take into account what people say about what price is going to be, but you got to discount it immediately after you've taken it into account, because it's rarely true. Dynamics of the market are very flexible, and things change. Let's unpack what you said. First, we may be in a position of gas prices going up as a result of coal prices going down. We've seen the result of that in Europe, where the prices didn't go up, but we had a transition from gas to coal in Europe as a result of not necessarily increasing gas prices, but just by falling coal prices. We may have a situation of pricing changes in the United States. But wherever we are, whatever price point we are of natural gas here at $4.60 that we are now, or at below $3, below $2 at one point a year and a half ago, or at $5 or $6, it also means that different parts of the market are there available. Now, it's companies are drilling or not drilling based on the price of gas. As price goes up, more drilling becomes available, and pricier gas becomes more marketable, and therefore keeps that price in check. So first, I'm not too worried about that. But I will grant you one point on that, and that is that there needs to be a separation in the debate how much we license for exports versus how much is going to be exported. So first, we've already licensed an enormous amount of gas. And whether or not that full amount is going to be exported, I don't know. And I think that's where your question comes into play. The market's going to figure it out. Is it better for me to sell this gas overseas, or is it better for me to use it domestically? Is it better for me to use it domestically for power, as you suggest? Or are there uses of gas that we don't know of yet? Because if somebody says, listen, if I get a supply that is going to be relatively affordable and available for a period of time, I may put more money into R&D to use that gas. So I don't know how much we're going to end up exporting.
I'm not advocating a side. I can just foresee, a debate be intensifying over the coming years, where you have U.S. manufacturers, U.S. chemical makers, states that rely heavily on natural gas for electricity, lawmakers from those states saying, hey, wait a minute, slow down, we do not want this. We do not want to march forward on this. And it'll be interesting to see how the debate plays out. I just think this fight domestically is going to continue.
I agree. I would just say I think that we were told that this fight would play out a lot harder last year, a year ago, when a number of senators wrote op-eds against exports. And Senator Wyden was very strong on it as a chairman of the committee, and still it didn't catch on. I think it's a lot more it's very difficult to explain to the American public how you go from export license to more price at home. It's not like oil, where it's a lot easier to get with 2 hops to price at the pump. And then an election is always around the corner, and that's very difficult. I think the price of gas is a little bit different, and it's proven to be that way in the debate. So we may have a big debate on it, but I have to say, if it happens, you're saying in the coming years, we've already licensed an enormous amount of gas. If a number of additional licenses are issued, I don't know that this debate is even relevant anymore, because those licenses have been issued and billions of dollars will be committed to building.
That gas is already out of the bag.
Fascinating, but let me shut this down here. Let me turn to Szabolcs Ferenc, who is a senior vice president responsible for corporate affairs at MOL, one of the biggest integrated oil and gas companies in Central and Eastern Europe. The company itself actually was at the forefront of natural gas market integration in the Visegrad region and the wider region. And Szabolcs is a real connoisseur of regional energy geopolitics. So Szabolcs, over to you.
So thank you. I'm turning a little bit back to the Central and Eastern European markets, and being the only participant from the private sector, I am changing also a little bit the language of that conversation. Well, MOL Group, for those who may know, is it's a rare private company, integrated oil and gas company in Central and Eastern Europe, having 25% of the shares owned by the Hungarian government, and the rest by institutional investors, and a lot of free float. And this is a company with $6 billion market cap, around below $1 billion net profit, and it's a significant customer of Russian crude. So actually, we are buying almost 1/4 of all the crude oil exported through pipelines towards Europe for our 2 refineries in the Slovak Republic and for Hungary, and in the Croatian Sisak refinery. We are also buying around 850,000 tons of oil derivatives from Russians, and these are low quality, high sulfur diesel, which we are transforming into EU standards. And we are a company who survived and defended itself from a hostile takeover attempt by Surgutneftegas back in 2008 and between 2008 and 2010. And we are also a company who managed through its daughter company to export 1.1 million to Ukraine since the crisis started. So this is in a nutshell about my company, and as the Ukrainian crisis shows, no company can delink its interest and security completely from the national security. So conversely, any private investment into strengthening regional infrastructure and markets is also an investment into national security. So it's a good policy, therefore, for a government to promote such type of private investment. Of course, not every infrastructure investment which is important for regional security can be done by private investors, but there are many that can be done. More strategic importance for the region stems from the geostrategically significant location of its assets, its regional retail scope, accumulated technical expertise, ownership in the crude oil and natural gas pipeline system in Hungary, as well as MOL's willingness to talk about regional security issues from a very early, from 2005. We started with our, there was an idea to form one single regional company called NETS to create a single energy market throughout the distribution system in Central and Eastern Europe, and we did not find any partner. Then we have been a strong promoter of Nabucco, telling always to our Austrian friends that maybe it is not the best exercise to build it in the most expensive way, building completely new infrastructure, but it would be much better to use existing infrastructure. At the end of the day, we lost the battle because the alternative which was presented by the Nabucco consortium was too expensive. Then we have invested around $300 million in the last 5 years into the Hungarian, Croatian, and the Hungarian-Romanian interconnectors, which are still unidirectional, because that means that we increased Romania's and Croatia's national security, but we are still waiting for the reciprocity in these issues. And by the way, actually, even the Hungarian-Austrian interconnector is one directional, although it was originally designed to be a bidirectional one. So while I agree with all of you that there is a need for diversification and solidarity and a better supply of security, given our past experience, it's maybe understandable that the trust has been shaken a little bit in the ability of our alliances to step up upon the challenge. 2014 was supposed to be maybe the second or the third year already when the European market is fully functional, but as we can see, this is not the case. There is still a lot to be done. And the current situation in Ukraine may act as a catalyst, and I am very much hope that this will happen. However, we see that Russian and European timelines are very, very different, and we hope that the EU will enhance its ability to react quick on this challenge coming through the Ukraine. So maybe as a first.
Thank you so much. Next speaker is Professor Brenda Schaefer, who is a professor at the University of Haifa in Israel and a visiting professor at CERAS here at Georgetown University these days. And she is one of the best, if not the best, specialist on energy, foreign policy, energy security policies, the Caucasus, Azerbaijan, ethnic policies in Iran, Caspian energy, and Eastern Mediterranean energy issues. So Brenda, over to you.
Thank you so much. If you listen to the first presentation from Deputy Assistant Secretary of State Hochstein and the very poignant comment in response to it, what we learn here is that government matters when it comes to energy security. At the same time, Europe is really looking for its way to find a balance between market forces and energy security. And I think that the recent crisis, it illustrates how we need to think of energy security just like we think of national security. It's something that government has to play a role, and that we shouldn't be ashamed that government is taking a role. And as Amos pointed out, when government does act, it's been able to achieve a lot of goals. And even a government policy like the EPA could be a dramatic change in the behavior of markets. And so to think of it only as something that market forces should do what they do and not something that governments should be engaged, I think it would be a mistake. You know, for years we called electricity and natural gas a utility. What does a utility mean? It means it's something the public needs to have access to. Part of access is also physical access, but it's also affordable access, just like clean water or air. We don't just say, well, let the private market decide how much air will cost or how much water would cost. And the same thing has to take place with energy. In many ways, the US has been an incredible success story of what the private market can do in energy, but much of this isn't applicable to Europe. If in the US, the largest producer of natural gas takes about 3% of the market, in Europe, 3 suppliers each have about 1/3 of the market. They're external. In the US, it's mostly domestic. It's a completely different story. And so we need for government to stay involved, to be the leader, to work with markets, to the benefit of markets, but also to lead. One of the things that could be done is, for instance, tools. Instead of just thinking, how do we ram in more gas into Europe? There are things we can do very quickly in terms of building of storage capacity, dual fuel plants, reverse flows that is already taking place, interconnectors that are taking place, that it's not necessarily bringing more gas or different gas, but actually using that gas through effective infrastructure that, again, the private market alone isn't that interested in these kind of infrastructure like storage facilities. It's not good enough business. But when government says it needs to be built, just like a road or a bridge or a military base, these things get built. When we've left Europe only to the private market in terms of energy policy, not only has security of supply dwindled in Europe, but we're seeing lower demand for gas, even lower demand for LNG, so the same debate on exports. Even if the US built those facilities, it's not even clear that someone on the other side of the ocean would want to pay for it, right? So we're seeing that a big threat to Europe is not only the availability of Russian gas, but actually the availability of US coal, which is we're having this sort of almost perverse combination of rising renewables together with rising coal consumption in Europe. So this isn't the goal. There should be a goal. Consumption of natural gas is important because it is the most clean available way to produce electricity today. So we have to deal with this unpleasant fact that it's not just security of supply, but also bringing in a clean force like natural gas and using it wisely. And for that to take place, well, I've talked about government commerciality has to work. Even the contracted LNG into Europe might not necessarily be reaching Europe. I mean, the sad fact is that actually many of those European companies might be selling it on to other markets. Another sad fact is some of the biggest storage facilities of Gazprom are in Ukraine itself. And if Ukraine would manage those wisely, it also could improve its own energy security situation. Even Ukraine itself in its own debates with reverse flows and new gas is talking about price itself. It's not just saying, well, we'll just take gas at any cost, just get the gas to us. They're saying we want gas at an affordable price. And this brings us to the point that was brought up at the beginning of how important it is to bring additional pipeline gas into Europe. Because not only is pipeline bringing more gas in, bringing diversification, but actually it's affordable. And that's where it's something that actually can work for European consumers. So we see the first step, December 2013, with the establishment of the Southern Corridor. Prior to the crisis, predated the crisis, thinking long-term for European energy security and thinking also for gas to be in place for European growth. Now is the time the crisis actually to incentivize spurs from this project into Central Europe, into the Balkans, into other markets. This project has to be nurtured politically, and I think the State Department's been doing an outstanding job in that capacity. This project, the Southern Corridor, is a mega project transiting 7 countries, 6 regulatory systems, 12 investors, 12 gas buyers, And of course, Gazprom also notices this project. So it's very important that it's not undermined from within or from any part along the way. And another thing, while we're thinking a lot about politics and what politics can do to gas, probably one of the biggest threats to energy security is extreme weather. It's going to become more and more relevant. If we look at we've all studied the 2009 crisis, but there was also the winter 2012 crisis, when due to extreme demand, due to extreme weather in Russia, in the Caucasus, a lot of gas flows were stopped into Southern Europe, to those same markets that we're concerned about. So we need properly organized gas sectors, again, with storage, with reverse flows, with interconnectors, even when the politics goes right. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. You reminded me of that I need to draw your attention to two papers that are actual input papers for the conference. One is on the feasibility of US LNG export to remedy Central European energy security, and the other one is a paper by John Roberts, precisely on these very issues Brenda just outlined, the nitty-gritties, the small things we could do right away to improve European energy security, including storage, reverse flow capabilities, interconnectors, and whatnot. So thank you so much for that. Let me immediately ask you a question. You mentioned the role and importance of governments in negotiations with suppliers. And in that context, how would you evaluate the recent proposal by Prime Minister Tusk, the Polish Prime Minister, to set up a sort of a joint gas purchasing agency on a European level? Would that kind of approach to fight monopoly with a monopsony work, or is it something that goes against the very logic of liberalization on European gas markets?
Well, on one hand, I was really moved by what Amos said about the skeptics, and we have to dream. And he's right. If people would have just listened to, BTC isn't commercial and Southern Core, I mean, we wouldn't be where we are today. But on the other hand, it seems, not even in terms of, it seems that if there's anything that isn't European about its policies, it's its energy policies. And even though Europe started as around energy issues, it's really probably the most national part of Europe. So I think the chance that it would happen is pretty small. But again, I'm pretty inspired by Amos, so I don't know. So,
if I may, Szabolcs, to push you on an issue that is unrelated to gas, that Europe is not only dependent on natural gas from Russia, but also oil and refined products. So how would you evaluate that prospect and the vulnerability of Europe and Central Europe in particular from an oil prospect?
Well, again, from a company perspective, we have to differentiate between strategic vulnerability and financial vulnerability, because it's fortunate that we are linked, so Hungary is linked through the Adriatic pipeline to through the markets in the Mediterranean. So that means that we can refine crude from the Mediterranean. And now we are just building for $75 million we are broadening the capacity from Hungary towards Slovakia from 3.5 to 6 million tons. That means that until the end of next year, we will be able to run the Bratislava refinery from the Adriatic without being not relying on Russian crude. This is the strategic relevance. From a financial point of view, that would be a disaster because currently the Russian crude is still much more cheaper. So, and on the top of that, the Croatian oil operator JANAF is much more expensive than any other oil operator company throughout Europe. So that would certainly be a burden, but at least we are strategically not vulnerable.
Coral, if I may ask something about US LNG exports and the domestic political debate. So don't you see a certain amount of finger pointing between the US Congress and the administration? Administration saying that this is a problem that stems from the 1938 Natural Gas Act. So Congress should act on it. And then congressional leaders, or some of the congressional leaders, are actually pointing towards the DOE, that the DOE should speed up the licensing process. So
that's pretty much par for the course, I think, too, for Congress and the administration to throw mud at each other. So, I mean, just this week, the House is marking up a bill that would that's designed to force DOE to expedite approval of the LNG of the terminals. As Amos pointed out, though, even if they were to suddenly sign off on all of the ones that are lined up, these terminals aren't built. They won't be ready. They won't be ready to start exporting until 2017, 2018 at the earliest. So, and so it'll be, but it will be interesting in that time to see what is the policy of the next administration on this. You know, at the end of the day, I think it's going to be the next administration that's going to kind of own U.S. natural gas export policy, because that's when it's going to start to flow. I really do think that, you know, as I think that the climate debate is going to really heighten this as well, and I think that we'll see, you know, the finger pointing in Congress change with that as well. I mean, there's a lot of Democrats on the Hill and sort of the liberal environmentalists who are saying, we absolutely shouldn't do this because we shouldn't do anything that will create more of a demand for fracking. We don't have safe regulations for fracking. You know, we don't have national, federal level regulations for fracking. So it's an interesting round robin of finger pointing and mud throwing. I think that we will have to see what happens once the natural gas actually starts to flow.
Mm-hmm. A related question to you and maybe to Amos as well. So how does TTIP play into all this, the Transatlantic Trade and Partnership? And President Obama, USTR Froman, both made remarks in the past couple of weeks saying that this whole export licensing problem will go away once we have TTIP in place. Is that the case? Is energy going to be a large part of TTIP, and is it going to resolve the issue?
This is what I'm told. I keep trying to get Mike Froman to return my calls on this. What I hear, and I would love to know what Amos has to say. What I hear is that this is a big negotiating chip in the TTIP talks. And to me, that makes a lot of sense. But I would love to know what the administration perspective on this is.
Is that me?
Please.
Look, I think that I think it's pretty simple, right? I mean, if you have TTIP, if you have a trade agreement, then the FTA clause plays in, and then you don't need the same rigorous. You're deemed to be in the national economic interest of the United States, and those will be approved. I think what people are trying to say is that having a agreement outside of TTIP to somehow do this through the legislative process that Congress is doing, or that some in Europe has advocated for Congress to do, doesn't need to be resolved through special measures in Congress, because we're in the middle of a negotiation over TTIP. Let's put our efforts into completing TTIP. That will allow for the FTA. In the meantime, nothing stops companies in Europe from negotiating purchase agreements, which is probably where the focus should be, is to purchase gas from, to sign agreements with some of the developers of the LNG facilities. Because if you wait too long, a lot of this gas and the first LNG exports are already committed. They're already sold, and whether they're FTA or not FTA doesn't matter. They already have licenses for countries that don't have FTAs, so nothing is stopping anybody from buying that. If you don't mind, David, I'd like to just touch on a couple of things that were said earlier by other speakers. One is, to my friend from Mol, I think I have good news, and that is that, you know, he and I have had this conversation a number of times in Europe on the reverse flow and the fact that it's unidirectional to Croatia. But just last week at the Brown Forum, Minister Vrdoljak in Croatia made a public announcement that they were now going to be reversing the flow from Croatia to Hungary. So I know that, going back to my comment before about skepticism and skeptics, I know you may have a healthy dose of skepticism on the implementation, but I think that we've made a good, healthy progress towards the reverse flow, and I think that seems to be the mode of the day in Europe on reverse flow. So I just wanted to mention that. But I want to talk about two things that Brenda and Jabal talked about, and that is, I think I should have said that in my opening remarks. Russia's not going away. Gas supplies from Russia to Europe are here to stay. They're not going anywhere. And I don't think that nobody should take anything that we are talking about here today or in the last several weeks as replacing Russian gas. I think what we're trying to do is to increase the competitive nature of the market so that countries are not beholden to strong-arm tactics of pricing mechanisms in the negotiation prices over contracts. And to bring in not only additional supplies of gas and different kinds of supply, whether pipe versus LNG, but also to increase, efficiency rate, renewables, to change that mix, because natural gas is here to stay. You asked a question about oil. I mean, for Christ's sake, we're talking about 10 million, north of 10 million barrels a day. We're not walking away from Russian exports. The world isn't. We had big questions whether or not we'd be able to take 1.5 million barrels off of the Iranian market without affecting the energy markets. 10 million would be impossible. So they are a major producer of oil. They will continue to be. The United States and Europe are taking extraordinary measures over the last 15 years to do more with less. So part of the projection of very little growth in energy demand in Europe compared to the non-OECD countries is not only because of lack of economic activity, but rather because also Europe is far more efficient today than it was, and the United States is far more efficient today than it was. So those are all processes, but it doesn't mean that we're walking away from energy supplies by Russia. We just have to create a change in the dynamic of the market. And to that end, the last point that I would make is on the pricing. And that is, I liked your strategic versus financial. Strategically, you can do a lot. You could do a lot of things. Financially, it's just a matter of more money. I can rely on other things. If I have the infrastructure, I can rely on other supplies and other sources. It's just a matter of how much is it going to cost me, and is it going to bankrupt me? And as a government, we'll have to borrow against it, and will it cause dislocation? But it actually is there. And then there's another set of needs in Europe that are not about finances. They are strategic and financial, where the capacity itself, even with all the money in the world, would not allow you to bring in those amounts. And that is what the part that we are addressing today. That's the infrastructure that we've all been talking about, of creating that infrastructure so that that's not the case. But we can't forget about the fact that part of what got Ukraine into the mess in 2009 was a debt, was a pricing. And if the price can go from below $300 to $485 overnight, that's the kind of tactics that we can't accept in Europe, and we can't accept that anywhere in the world. And we still have to figure out, how do you pay for it? You can have reverse flows, but somebody's got to buy the gas and somebody's got to be willing to pay for it and to sell it. And I think that's where it's great to have Mol here, because if RWE is going to have to sell this gas into the pipe, somebody's going to have to buy it, and they're not a government, and they're not moved by ideology or flags. And therefore, we're very supportive of I'm on RWE, I'm supportive of the trouble Ukraine is in, but how are you going to pay me? And you've reached a $2.2 and now $2.9 billion debt to the Russians. How are you going to pay me? Because I can't afford that kind of debt. So I think we have to look at this as a very holistic nature, and some of the things are strategic, some are financial, but some are really critically both.
Thank you, Amos. Let me now throw the floor open for questions from the audience, and I've seen Ariel Cohen wanting to ask a question.
Good afternoon. Excellent discussion. Question to Amos and whoever else cares to comment. While we're looking at a horizon of 2+ years with the terminals, dealing with Ukraine is here and now. The price is very high, and the side that supplies natural gas to Ukraine is not exactly friendly. So my question is, as a stopgap emergency measure, what the panel thinks and what the U.S. government, if U.S. government has a position, think about bringing a regasification floating terminal to the Black Sea, to Ukraine, moving limited amounts of LNG. You're not talking about large trains, just rather small trains, of LNG through the Straits, which is allowed under the Montreux Conventions in appropriate limitations for security, and creating already here now, in addition to reverse flows from Europe, an additional source for gas, i.e. LNG, in South Ukraine. Thank you.
I think you would need, I hope there's a Turkish representative here, but I think part of the problem of having an LNG facility, whether it's a floating or if it's a permanent in Odessa, is you cannot traverse the Bosphorus. Turkey doesn't allow it, and I know that you mentioned the convention that one side of the argument claims would allow them to do it or would force the Turks to do it. The Turks have their own explanation of national security interests that would prevent that. So I think that we are aware of the option of the LNG, and I wish that LNG was available. We're trying to look at a whole of sort of a holistic process again of the reverse flows, but also increasing capacity of production, both of conventional and unconventional resources, which Ukraine has both, and looking at how we can bring this all about at the same time. But I think the LNG for now, as long as there's no option of going through the Bosphorus, would be very, very difficult.
Brenda?
Just a reminder that the Ukraine crisis is a security crisis. It's not an energy crisis. It's been a good reminder to us that we have to keep moving and a wake-up call for Europe about what to do. But the major issue here is security and not energy. And let's be frank here that a lot of the problems Ukraine is in because of energy are also the part of its governments for the last 10 years that have not. You know, if you have the largest Gazprom storage facility in Europe and you would manage that correctly, you would have been a good partner for Russia. Or even the issue of debt. It's not just the issue of the Russian price, but it's also the massive runaway consumption, subsidized consumption in Ukraine. So the idea that, well, let's just keep the gas burners on because it's cheaper than a match. So let's now even add LNG, whether it's floating or other, into that mix. I mean, a lot of Ukraine has to also clean up its gas sector for any of these things to work. I think we've focused a lot on the energy issues. One, that's good because it's something, again, we needed this wake-up call, but also because we don't really, from a U.S. government perspective, Europe, we really don't have a security answer to the invasion of Crimea. So we focused more on something where we can be effective.
Great. So
maybe just to add on this, indeed, this is the first security problem within the Ukraine, and even if you would solve the Bosporus issue, the whole Black Sea coast on the Ukraine is affected by the Russian minority until Odessa, exactly. So we would still have a big risk by doing this alternative.
Ambassador Sapari had a question.
Thank you very much. My name is György Szapari. I'm the ambassador of Hungary. I agree with Amos when you said that just the fact that the U.S. has to import less gas affects the world price. That's fine. It is also true that if you export, you cannot say where it should go, but it affects the world price. However, you also mentioned that there are not enough export facilities in the United States for right now. I am told that the LNG export facility costs about $4.5 billion. One that you convert is about $2.5 billion. They have to sign contracts for their financing. For getting their financing, they need contracts, conditional contracts to export. If you need export licenses to export, then it can be a bottleneck. And it can be a bottleneck back upstream because they will not produce if they don't get if they are not sure that they can export. So my question is, do you think, as many people think, that the export licensing policy right now of the United States can be a bottleneck in there?
It's Congress's fault. That's what David told me to say. I guess I'm not one of the many people. And maybe I'm one of the few. I don't buy into the baseline argument because companies have, all the companies, the 20-something companies that are on the list at the Department of Energy for applying for licenses, have off-taking provisional contracts, that if they get the license, this is who it would go to. And they've been able to sign those MOUs and provisional contracts without a license. So I don't believe that the licensing process is a bottleneck for signing contracts. There are certain countries that have said that they're concerned about that, and this is not in Europe, that that U.S. government wouldn't be inclined to approve to that specific destination. But in Europe, that's not the case. So I don't believe that that's a bottleneck. I also think that the cost for the LNG terminal is a little bit higher than that, than what you've mentioned. I would say considerably higher than that. I think converting one doesn't help you much on the cost. It helps you on the land and the zoning and so on, but less on the construction. So these are big commitments. You're right. They have to make commitments based on, and to be able to finance that, they have to go to the bank and say, here's who's going to buy this gas. But I think that has not been difficult to do. And if you look at the list of the first 7 or 8, that is all contracted out and expected to go. And to some of them, most of it to countries that do not have an FTA.
We have time for one final question. So Professor Jadeczek.
Mariusz from Poland, Polish Parliament. I would like to supplementary to color that that's not a problem about export of LNG from the United States, but also how to accept LNG in Europe, especially in Central and Eastern Europe, where, for example, in Poland, the facility is not ready and won't be ready this year, definitely. And the same situation is a very difficult situation in Lithuania. Of course, the Ukraine started to already in operation the LNG port, but it could be easily cut now, as you see, from the system. So practically doesn't help much if US start very fast export when there is no way to accept it in Europe. Maybe the same situation with shale gas, because we'll talk tomorrow about that. Thank you.
Right, and that's a great point. You know, I think that within the U.S. there is this idea, this debate that, you know, these exports are going to happen, the gas is going to go straight to Europe. But I think actually a lot of members of Congress don't even clearly understand that we can't just, that the United States can't just take the natural gas and send it specifically to any one country, both because of the way the market works and you know, and as the speaker pointed out, you can't get the LNG. You can't. The terminals aren't ready on the other side as well. So it just seems like it's going to be a long time before this plays all the way out.
Another factor is that 2013 was the largest decline in LNG consumption in Europe. You know, since I think since 2004, when it really started on a regular basis. This is so even the LNG that's out there that isn't American, Europe hasn't been buying. So this is also a European problem.
Thank you. So that concludes our first panel. We are very strict at the Atlantic Council to be on time. What we are going to do now is to break for a 15 minutes coffee break, a strictly 15 minutes coffee break. We will reconvene at 2:05 here. And let me give a round of applause to the panel.
How about now? That's good. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I hope the first panel was interesting. Ours will be more interesting, I think. We'll be talking about the economics of LNG exports, jobs, growth, and investment. And of course, the two sides of this coin. I know we're seeing some pressure throughout the country and inside Washington about what potential upward impact LNG exports could have on domestic prices. And I would love to introduce our panels now. To my immediate right is Mladen Antunovic. He's the Managing Director of LNG Croatia. Ed Chow, he's a Senior Fellow within the Energy and National Security Program at CSIS. David Montgomery is a Senior Vice President with NERA Economic Consulting, the firm that has worked with the Energy Department on some of the economic analyses of increased LNG exports. And to his left is Albert Nahas, Vice President, International Government Affairs for Cheniere Energy. We all know Cheniere as the first and so far only company out of nearly 30 or more than 30 to get final government approval to export LNG from the US. And last but not least is Merrick String, Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council. And I'd like to just dive in. I have some opening questions for each of you. Mladen, I want to start with you. Can you give us an update on the project, what you've been working on and what economic factors may influence how the project goes forward?
Yes, of course, thank you for the question and for this introduction. I'm here representing the energy sector in Croatia on the downstream side. From a company perspective, a special purpose company that is set up and government related with the task to construct and operate a receiving LNG terminal in Croatia. But this LNG terminal would not be only for Croatia, it would be dedicated for the countries that are neighboring countries in Central Europe and Southeast Europe. As it was mentioned many times during the first session, Croatia has a unique role to become a hub, a gateway for this part of Europe. This part of Europe, as we can also see on the map, consists of many countries in Central Europe, like the V4 countries, Hungary, Slovakia, Czech Republic, Slovenia, Austria, and all these countries actually don't have access to the sea. So they are landlocked countries, and the best way and the optimal way for these countries to get another source of supply of gas is actually LNG that could come from Croatia. Croatia has a unique geostrategical position in that part of Europe, and the location that we selected for this construction of LNG receiving terminal is placed on the north of Adriatic Sea on island of Kirk in a closed bay that has very deep sea and is closed from winds and from big waves, and is actually optimal position. What we need to stress here is that these countries have very much dependence on one source of gas, and that is the Russian gas. Almost 3/4 of all gas consumption comes from Russia. So what we actually need is a security of supply and new source of gas that could come also from United States. What did we actually do so far? We have been working hard to prepare all the licenses for this receiving terminal, and the government of Croatia is very much supporting the licenses. We have got just recently the environmental permits, which is a very important step, and we are now expecting a location permit. What are the next steps for this terminal? Well, in the following months, we expect to perform an open season. We need to perform a market test and to address to all the companies, the trading companies in the region, to commit to the capacities of the terminal. The total capacities that are planned at this moment are 4 to 6 billion cubic meters per year, but there is a potential expansion up to 15 billion cubic meters if the appetite of the market grows. Everybody in the system, in the process, needs to make its homework. The Croatian government has to give the licenses and is actually doing it now. The V4 countries and neighboring countries needs to give a commitment to booking the capacities, because this is what can trigger the LNG final investment decision of the construction. And if this is not sufficient, then we would also need the help of European Union, because EU has some grants and funds to fund this kind of facilities that are already identified as project of common interest. And what we are hoping to see from the US is more licenses for export, and also what would be helpful to see a US-EU free trade agreement. This would also help reducing the taxes, avoid the taxes, and it would enable the gas that comes from US to Europe to be competitive to the existing Russian gas.
Great, so I'm sure we'll hear more about that project as we keep talking. Albert, I want to go to you. In your conversations with administration officials, I think Cheniere has a very unique position on this topic, given you're out in front. In your conversations with administration officials and officials from other governments and fellow energy companies, how would you characterize the discussions of the economics of LNG specifically, both within the US and around the world?
Thank you, Amy. I thought you were going to ask me the question I didn't want to answer.
No, that's the next question.
All right. Well, I think the first thing we have to say is, if we had been having this discussion in 2007, everybody would have thought you and I were both lunatics for even talking about the prospect of exporting gas from the US. The administration has, in fact, handled this as well as it could. Because the issue was so new, the concept was so new, that they had to grapple with, were there enough reserves? Was there enough production? And was that going to affect the US consumer? Some people in the previous panel discussed that. And in effect, every reliable study that they had proved that there was not going to be any effect on, any significant effect on the US consumer. And in fact, they realized that even the opponents of gas exports were talking about keeping ethane in the United States for plastics production or whatever. But there are no export limits on ethane in any case. And you need to produce more methane in order to produce more ethane. And we are, in fact, in North Dakota alone, flaring every year the equivalent of a total production of one medium-sized LNG export facility, simply because we don't have pipeline capacity to export the gas. Those wells are productive because of condensates, the liquids that come in the dry gas. So, in fact, the administration came up with a license in as much time as any government would have, any efficient government anywhere in the world. And in fact, the problem right now with, people mention the license for license, but the rest of the regulatory process subsumes the license. So you have to go through your FERC process, and that used to take a year, but now with so many applications, it's going to take, it'll take approximately 2 years. FERC thinks that they won't have to, but I don't see how they can do it in less. And the issue is that not all 26 license applicants are actually going to build their plant. It costs about $4 billion to build one train, not one plant. Somebody had mentioned previously a $4 billion figure. An average plant of four trains would therefore cost you about $16 billion. Who can get the financing for that? Who can afford to spend 80 to 100 million on the FERC pre-licensing before actually even applying for a license or having a contract? So we think that the export licensing process is actually not an impediment or a bottleneck. And in fact find that the Department of Energy handled an issue that they were not prepared for quite well. In fact,
That's a somewhat different take than what some people on Capitol Hill think. And maybe a lot of people in this room as well.
But I think people on Capitol Hill are also, I was at an Atlantic Council event a couple of weeks ago, and the Hungarian ambassador reminded us all that it was not a question of only a commercial license or how long it takes to get a license. It was a question of putting out a message to the world, a geopolitical message. You liberalize your export licensing regime, you're giving a strong message to the Russians or to whoever else.
Great. I'm sure we'll come back to that point in a moment. David, I want to turn to you. So as I said, his firm has done a lot of economic work on the impact LNG exports could have here in the US, including with the Energy Department. And you released a report just last month kind of reinforcing a lot of those findings. Yet concerns still persist about domestic prices going up. I think that issue has been put on the back burner a little bit in light of the crisis in Ukraine, but I still hear from those people a lot. And you're also I'm hearing from environmentalists about the concerns regarding fracking, and they sort of hop onto this concern about increased prices as well. So why isn't the message in your report getting through and resonating more? Or maybe you disagree with that point. And then what else could you do to allay these concerns among domestic natural gas users and some representatives and senators on the Hill who have these concerns?
Yeah. Thank you. Those are good questions. I think starting with the why we're not getting through, I think the answer has two parts. One is we could do a better job of explaining what's going on, but we're talking to an audience that doesn't want to listen. It's not a universal sentiment. It's one which is highly correlated with opposition to exports for other reasons. So let me say, first, explain where we haven't explained things well. When I've talked about the price impact of natural gas exports, I've tended to look at our most extreme scenarios, because we did set up some very extreme scenarios in the study we did for DOE and in the one we recently released. That is, scenarios in which we assumed a wide range of possibilities for the cost of producing natural gas in the US, from essentially the the shale gas revolution being brought to a halt by concerns about fracking or by the resource just turning out not to be there. At the other side, continuing improvement as we have seen in the past few years of the technology. And then on the international side in particular, we looked at some very extreme scenarios for how much demand there could be in the world for US LNG, both in terms of loss, elimination of nuclear generation in Asia, and then substantial cutbacks by other countries that are already planning exports. So we've got a very wide range, and across that range, the maximum price impacts we saw were about $1 a million BTUs on the price in the US from exports. We thought that was a good scenario to talk about because we still found that in those scenarios, the US obtained net economic benefits from exports. In fact, we found that the more the US exported, the greater the benefits were to the US economy, and that the US would only be exporting basically if it was cheap to produce natural gas. So we thought those high scenarios were very useful to look at. But they gave a misinterpretation of what the price is. When we actually look at the reference case scenarios that we looked at, the price impact on natural gas was about 25 cents. Last winter, we saw price swings of about $4 a million BTU as compared to this 25 cents. The difference between prices 10 years from now in our low case and in our high case, even if there were no LNG exports, are several dollars a million BTU. So we're not looking at a big change in natural gas prices. Second part of the miscommunication, I think, is that every time I talk to one of my friends who's a serious international trade economist, he says, you've got to stop talking about what happens to the price of goods that you export. Of course, if you see a big demand for something that you're able to produce, its price is going to go up. But that's not the point of exporting things. countries can't continue forever to consume more than they produce. And that's what we've been doing in the United States. In the long run, we have to export goods that will balance with the goods that we get back. And the more valuable the commodities are that we export compared to what what it costs us to produce them, the more we're going to get back in exchange. What that actually means is if you look at the whole picture, you see that the cost of living goes down, that it's a very one-sided view to be worrying about exports driving up the price of natural gas, because they're also going to be improving the value of the dollar and bringing down the price of all the other consumer goods that people buy. We didn't include that, and we should have, and I think that that's one of the problems. But in communicating the economic benefits, there's just been a lot of I think just inaccurate information being put across. And that in particular has to do with what would happen to US manufacturing if we had exports. Many of these points were made in the earlier session. Forecast by the EIA for natural gas prices 10 or 15 years from now is still about $5 a million BTU. The cost of liquefying, transporting, and regasifying natural gas in the places that we want to compete with in manufacturing is also $5 to $6, maybe $7 a million BTU. So we have a built-in cost advantage of at least 2 to 1 in everything that we use natural gas for. And the American Chemical Council confirmed this. When we look at the price of bulk chemicals that are produced in the United States, we're down around 20 cents a pound for ethylene. Our nearest competitor, China, is up around 60 cents a pound. That maximum price increase we talked about, the $1 per million BTU would translate into about 5 cents a pound for exports of this bulk chemical. 5% of, 10% of our built-in cost advantage because we're an exporter and our rivals are importers. It's just being disingenuous. And it's because you can't change trade policy without breaking eggs. There are some industries that will have less profits and others that will have more. And those that will have less profits don't like it. But they shouldn't be trying to turn this into a matter of the common good or the national interest. It's their profits.
Can you name some of the industries that are going to be on the losing end of this?
Dow Chemical seems to think it's going to be on the losing end of it. Not all chemical manufacturers do, and the Canadian chemical manufacturers think it's wonderful to export natural gas because they get all this cheap ethane out of it. I actually, since you asked me another question, I don't think the concern is what would happen to the price of natural gas in the United States. I think the worry is that if the US became a major exporter of natural gas, it would break the oil-linked pricing of natural gas in the rest of the market. And that would mean that the rest of the world's chemical industries had access to gas much more cheaply and became much more effective competitors with the US. It's not the US price going up by 25 cents. It's the price in Europe coming down by $4 that's worrying some of these companies. And that's known in the antitrust business as raising rivals' costs. And I think that's the motivation.
Yeah, that link is a really important point that I want to come back to in a few minutes. But Mark, I want to go to you and ask you to put your hat on that you had when you worked with Senator Lugar. He was a senior aide to Senator Lugar. And David had mentioned that there's certain people who don't want to listen. Of course, Senator Lugar was one of those people who listened very well, but can you talk about the atmosphere on Capitol Hill, and now that you've had distance from there, how can you characterize the atmosphere on Capitol Hill with regards to LNG exports, especially from the economic angle that we're discussing?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a great question. So I'd first note that when I worked on this issue on the Hill, it was basically a group of foreign policy professionals in Washington pushing the idea for more LNG exports, some industry representatives pushing this idea. But I think the whole debate has been completely transformed due to conferences like this and due to the steady drumbeat of delegations from Europe, from our closest friends and allies in Europe, going to the Hill and articulating the case for more LNG exports. This came out a bit in the first panel about whether U.S. LNG exports could benefit Europe or in which way it could benefit Europe. But I think, the fact that there are so many Europeans here saying pretty unambiguously that it would have an effect. Now, will U.S. molecules make it to Europe immediately? Perhaps not, but it will have an immediate effect in a lot of other ways. It was mentioned earlier, the signaling effect that liberalizing the U.S. LNG export regime will have. As many of you know, one of the most powerful tools of U.S. foreign policy is to signal and to send long-term, send a signal of our long-term intentions. And by changing the regime, whether it's by amendment to the LNG export regime, the Natural Gas Act, or by executive order, if the administration uses the authority that it already possesses to expedite LNG exports, I think this will have an immediate effect in demonstrating to the world that the U.S. is going to be a major presence in global gas markets. It will also have a near immediate effect, I think, for Europe in driving down prices. Whether a molecule arrives in Europe or not, U.S. LNG on the market will create an actual market for LNG. It will break the linkage to oil-based prices. I think one interesting correlation is that in the United States, where there's nearly complete gas-on-gas demand, where there's gas-on-gas competition, in other words, there's very little linkage between the gas price and the oil price. Prices are around $5 per million BTU. In Europe, where about half of the gas traded is still linked to oil prices, it's around 10 to 15. In Asia, where it's almost completely still linked to oil prices, it's around 20. So I think if a U.S. gas presence in the market will have an immediate effect in helping to break some of these linkages and directly benefit consumers throughout the world.
Right, and the State Department has said that there's already been an impact by the U.S. importing less natural gas as well. Ed, I want to go to you. So you've worked on all sides of this issue for more than 30 years, including in the private sector with Chevron and within the U.S. government. So what are the biggest factors that you see affecting the economics of LNG exports, both within the country and internationally?
Well, great question. Economics is an issue that in Washington we often avoid. And it strikes me that part of the discussion on LNG exports is really quite divorced from economic reality. And people forget facts that were just in front of us not so many years ago. I think it was already pointed out that just because DOE conditionally approved 7 LNG export projects, I'm not even sure the 7 export projects would be built. I mean, the amount of projects the DOE's already approved is equivalent to more than the total consumption for Germany. So quite a large volume of gas exports have already been conditionally approved. The question is whether they're going to be bankable projects or not. People forget that at one time we had 40-some import terminals that were also approved for the United States, and eventually 5 of them, I believe, were built. So the fact that there are 20-some projects in the queue doesn't really mean that those projects will be built. I'm concerned about this whole issue and the tenor of the debate here in Washington in a different way relative to the Ukraine crisis, which is that there may be a situation where we overpromise, and there's a risk of overpromise of the LNG gambit by the United States. The fact of the matter is it's going to have very little impact in the short to medium term. We don't have the gas to export. Europe doesn't have the terminals in the right places to import the gas. And also the existing Western European LNG import terminals are operating on something like 25% utilization rate. So they're not buying the gas that's available in the LNG market now. What Europe needs to work on are a couple of things that has nothing to do, or very little to do, with U.S. LNG exports. And what are the market conditions the government policy should promote to increase investment in Europe, including on domestic production of energy, including shale gas? And what are the conditions that will allow good projects, infrastructure projects, that leads to better market integration in Europe? The project in Croatia is wonderful, but Croatia alone cannot justify that scale of a project. The entire population of the Balkans is less than the population of Turkey. So how much diversification can you afford unless the markets are integrated? Those are the sorts of things that Europe needs to be working on, not spending political capital in Washington on something that's not going to help Europe in any meaningful way anytime soon or maybe ever.
Do you not think the symbolism has,
no, I think the
Mark
message.
had mentioned that even the mere promise
I
of
think
gas.
the idea of sending a message is a very dangerous thing to advocate, actually. As I testified in both the Senate Energy Committee as well as the Senate Foreign Relations Committee a few weeks ago before they went on recess, if I were a Russian analyst and I hear this, and that's the best you've got, I have nothing to worry about. So it would actually embolden Russian adventurism in my mind. What we need to be working on, among other things, is fixing Ukraine in a fundamental way. And the weaknesses of Ukraine, the structural problems, the need for reform. In 2006, I would submit that Europe pretty much hit the snooze button after the gas cutoff. In 2006 and 2009, they worked on a lot more things in terms of the European market, but completely left their eye off the ball in terms of the Yanukovych government and pretending that that is a reform government of any significance. That's what needs to be worked on right now. 50% of the European gas that Russia sells still transits Ukraine. That's a fundamental weakness that needs to be worked on right now. And the alternative, from a Russian point of view, is South Stream, which is a very expensive project that someone, either the European consumer or a Russian gas producer, will have to pay for. So that has consequences. So to take our eyes off the ball on things that actually can make a difference in the short to medium term while we're talking about US exports of LNG, I think is a real red herring.
So before joining the Obama administration, Energy Secretary Ernest Moniz led a 2011 report at MIT entitled The Future of Natural Gas. And that report essentially supported the idea of a global natural gas market, very similar to what we have in the oil market today. The report states, I quote, "The U.S. should sustain North American energy market integration and support development of a global liquid natural gas market with diversity of supply. A corollary is that the U.S. should not erect barriers to natural gas imports or exports." That was a report that Secretary Moniz wrote in 2011. And I would like to hear the panel's take on to what extent do you agree or disagree with that report, and do you see that policy playing out within the administration now that Moniz is there? Maybe Albert, I'll start with you.
Well, in the conversation outside, somebody mentioned to me that if the U.S. really wanted to make an impact on energy costs in the world and in Europe, we should be looking at liberalizing crude exports. That would have, within weeks, the effect of most probably bringing Brent down to $80. And in fact, that would be a positive development for the US consumer because gasoline prices are based on Brent and not on domestic crude prices. And crude is apparently, according to, I forget who it was, so if you please stand up, I think you can make a better argument than I did. And that was, in fact, the way to bring an immediate solution for the short term. In the long term, I think what Ed told us is right on the mark. You need to pay
LNG
attention.
exports are a red herring?
They are a red herring because they're occurring. From Cheniere alone, you have Centrica, BG, Endesa, Gaz Natural, Repsol, all European, Total, all European companies have signed up for more than 20 million tons per year. So, I mean, it's coming, and these are Europeans, they can direct it to Europe. The real problem is that this is not a perfect market. It's, in fact, a rigged market, with 90% of the trade internationally being fixed to oil prices, which have nothing to do with it. Gaddafi's son, surviving son, sneezes, and Brent goes up to 120. You know, so it's an artificial price for a commodity that is, you know, a useful commodity. And according to what the gentleman said, is the Europeans should be lobbying the administration for crude, which has a short-term effect, and then look at the medium and long-term reform that they need. So
we saw impact on the markets when the administration released 5 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Of course, the Energy Department was adamant in saying it had nothing to do with Ukraine. Everybody finds that hard to believe. But nonetheless, that was their official position. I would be interested in the panelists' take on that. Do you think the administration should release more oil than 5 million barrels?
Yeah.
I think there is a good argument to be made that we shouldn't have export restrictions at all.
We should not have.
No. I mean, for anything, including energy. But you have to recall that these laws, including the 1978 Natural Gas Act, were passed during a very different climate when energy scarcity was what the country was concerned about. So there's a background to why these laws are in place, and Congress probably should have a period to consider whether these laws are still appropriate or not. I would be all in favor of this. We are going to run into a crude oil bottleneck very soon, even within the next couple of years, because of light sweet crude hitting the Gulf Coast refineries that are optimized for heavier and sour crudes. So we have good domestic economic reasons, setting aside foreign policy reasons, why we should be relooking at some of the laws that restrict our energy exports anyway.
Mark, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I think Ed makes a great point, and I'd say also to complement what he just said, the position that we're taking with respect to U.S. LNG exports is increasingly at odds with the position that we take in other international venues with respect to natural resource, say, hoarding. Two interesting quotes that I came across. First quote is by a U.S. official referring to natural resource export restrictions. He said, "These harmful policies artificially increase prices for inputs overseas and lower prices at home." Second quote from an EU official, "No one country can hoard its raw materials from the global marketplace." These comments were not directed towards the U.S. LNG export regime. These were directed towards China's restrictions on its own rare earth exports. So I think we're increasingly, our policies are sort of in dissonance. The positions we're taking in international venues like the WTO, a case which China just lost based on the rare earth export restrictions, and compared to our U.S. LNG export regime.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting case in the trade law wars. Mladen, I want to come back to you and get your take on this concept of LNG exports going to Europe being a red herring, and whether or not you think that's true. And then also on the oil exports, is that something that's factoring into your economic planning at all?
Oil also comes from Russia to these countries that we are neighboring from. But I would like to stress one thing, that it would be very good to see the break of oil index to the gas, because it is a historical reasons why it is started, because the companies and the users have been switching from oil to gas, and so not to remedy their payments, this is how the formula started. Now, this formula is very artificial, and it is important that this formula goes to the history. But it is an open question now, what is next? If we don't have oil index, what is the index that the world will buy gas from? Is it Henry Hub? Henry Hub is now very much local in the US, but as US is becoming more and more export countries, then the Henry Hub is going to the world markets as well. So whether it is now open question, whether there will be a one dominant index or there will be multiple regional-based index. This is something that is a question to be seen. Either full globalization or regional trading hubs. So what we would like for our countries here, I could say for Croatia and for the Balkan countries and South and Central Eastern countries, we would like to see cheaper energy because it's important for our economies to have cheaper energy together with the security of supply. So these two components are important for us, and this is what we are trying to get. For us, more than one source means enabling trade. And whenever there is trade, there is competition, and competition lowers the price. So this is one more reason why we are looking for alternative supply routes.
Have you talked to the administration or asked them to allow exports of crude oil?
Well, not yet. Not yet. We'll see what.
David, have you guys done any economic work on exporting oil?
We are beginning to expect that we will be finished with our work on that sometime in June. But we've had enough. We have gotten a good start on it, and I mean, certainly it is an issue of an imbalance between our refining capacity in the U.S., which we spent a great deal of money to optimize for heavy crude, and the fact that what we are now, which was cheaper at the time. And the fact that what we're now producing from the shale formations is a very light oil, because that's what you can get when you fracture the shale formations. And so, but it's really this mismatch issue. I don't know of anyone who is forecasting that in a future that is worth thinking about for us here today, the U.S. will become a net exporter. We were going to be an importer of crude oil for a long time, but our gross exports could increase, and what it would largely be is it would improve the efficiency of the global refining system. We would export our light oil to refineries that can only use light oil, and we would then either import products from them, or we would instead import the heavy oil that our refineries are better at using. We will certainly produce more oil. If we're able to export it, then we will. If we don't, as Ed said, we are going to run into some serious bottlenecks
What
at some
happens
point.
then?
Oh, we just don't produce. I mean, we will be producing less oil from from shale than we could produce. That probably will mean we'll also be producing less natural gas from shale than we could produce, because some of it, like in the Bakken, we get the two of them together. In Eagle Ford, we get a lot of them together. So.
Shift the economic value from the producer to the refiner, who will enjoy a much cheaper domestic crude oil price and export the gasoline and diesel to
They're
Europe.
Already exporting
and beating the heck out of the European refineries as in the process.
Yeah.
So it will lead to a lot of economic dislocation.
Yeah.
Of course, this is an economic panel, but we are in Washington. So do you think that lifting the oil export ban or significantly changing it can be at all politically possible?
Much harder than gas.
But easier than abolishing the Jones Act, which is also seriously interfering with our ability to use our refineries.
Which the refiners are asking for if you lift the export ban, except Senator Mary Landrieu, who of course is up for re-election this year, is holding events in the hearing room on Capitol Hill championing the Jones Act because a lot of ships are built in Louisiana.
But the Jones Act was the cause of the recent shortages of propane last winter.
Yes.
Because it was, nobody had a vessel around that they could ship propane to other parts of the US in. And so the people were sending propane to Europe, and our own people in Maine and Wisconsin were going thirsty or hungry, whatever you grow for cold.
So I'm sure everybody may know what the Jones Act is, but just in case you don't, I didn't know what it was until not too long ago. It's a law dating back decades that restricts movement of U.S. goods from one port to another. They have to be in a U.S. flagged ship built in the U.S. And given the oil boom and the movement of those products, there's been a bottleneck of ships being able to move these products around.
I have a question for you.
That's not the way this works.
Very good. Can anybody find one instance in history and in economic history where restricting exports or imports, for that matter, has ever helped an economy? I mean, think about it. Who are the politicians who have promoted this in their own countries? Stalin, Christina Kirchner, Hugo Chavez, Castro, Enver Hoxha. I mean, is that the kind of economic thinking we need to follow?
Well, the politics of energy exports has always been put in a special category apart from all other exports. President Obama is championing this double our exports by 2015, but he never talks about energy exports, even though the exports of refined oil products, gasoline, diesel, and the like have been leading the way in that charge. They've been breaking records month after month on that front. Why do you think the politics, I have some thoughts on this, but I would like your guys' thoughts on why you think the politics of energy exports are so unique compared to everything else?
Because we went through the 1970s. I think in many ways, Washington political leaders are still judged on the price of gasoline at the pump, regardless as to whether they have anything to do with it or not. And so the political risks for elected officials are much higher. Now, that would be my guess.
But I'd embellish on that a little bit because I think it is so abundantly clear that allowing crude oil exports would lower the gasoline price. I think energy. I would give 3 reasons why energy exports are special. The first one is that our Constitution makes it very, very difficult to restrict exports. So the rent-seeking behavior of resource nationalism is very hard to implement in the United States. We can do it for certain strategic minerals, but the Constitution says there shall be no export tariffs. So aside from things where we can put in quantitative limits for national security reasons, there's not much for the rent-seeking mercantilists to grab onto. I would say because, and I went through this at the Department of Energy and its predecessors, the 1970s were a period of sheer panic with policymakers having no idea of what was going on or what to do about it and passing laws in every direction. The one that never got cleaned up was the one that leads to our restrictions on oil exports. And that means that we have built in a set of economic interests where you have to actually do something active to overturn them. We all know it's much harder to get Congress to do something than to stop it from doing something. If we didn't have a ban on oil exports, you could never get one through Congress. But it's a system where doing something is the part that's really hard, and whoever, in this case, the only people who seem to potentially benefit, I mean, basically the alliance is environmentalists who don't want to produce anything. So, we produce less oil if we don't allow crude oil exports. We'll produce less gas if we don't use LNG exports. If you don't want us to producing hydrocarbons, then you would oppose them. And then in this case, a very small slice of the refining industry, which potentially gets some advantages from the depressed price of crude oil in some parts of the country. This should not be that difficult to do.
But it's going to be the most difficult of all.
Yeah.
Albert, have you talked with the administration about oil exports? Has that come up in any of your conversations?
I do international stuff for my company, not...
Right, but have you heard about the prospect of exporting U.S. oil?
I can only give an opinion. I think that if you can coherently teach our legislators that allowing oil exports will actually reduce the price of gasoline at the pump, that's the only thing that they care about, because it's the only thing their electors care about.
I would agree with that. And of course, the one energy export we don't talk about much because we don't see it as readily as we do at gas stations is coal exports. Those have been rising as well, and nobody ever talks about those, at least in quite as often as we do natural gas and oil. But let me turn it back a little bit to natural gas and talk about what are the top international projects or areas of the world or factors where that could influence the U.S. LNG export market. Mladen, maybe start with you. I mean, other than the U.S., where do you hope to get gas?
Well, what we are looking now in the world are the preparations for some LNG terminals in other parts of the world as well. So of course,
such as where?
Australia is coming online by 2019, 2020. The timing is more or less the same like the American shale gas is coming online and exports. And we're also looking for Mozambique, West Africa, where significant quantities will come as well to the world market, and Qatar stays there the same. Of course, the Russians are not waiting. They're also looking what's going on, and they're also investing some large amounts of money into LNG facilities as well. So LNG market is coming more and more global, and there will be it's good for us as end users, more and more gas on the market, and we are expecting to have prosperity on that.
Where's your top choice right now?
Whoever has lower price.
And where do you think that might be?
Well, we would encourage American industry and American administration to give more licenses. So I think it would be good for U.S. economy and oil companies that could have more licenses and could invest more into the research and more production. And we are hoping that this would enable that the price also goes down, and the benefits would be shared with the world.
Ed and then David?
You know, I think it's perfectly reasonable that someone who is developing a LNG receiving terminal would want the U.S. to export more gas. But my caution is really not to think of the LNG export as some kind of foreign policy tool. And maybe a foreign policy tool of choice to some folks. But it does raise a domestic political issue for the United States as well. How do we encourage more exports of North American LNG that's based on the growth of fracking, while Europe bans fracking in France, in Germany, in many countries? That hasn't been raised very much, but it will be at some point when more and more demands from Europe that the United States we should frack more so that you don't have to frack, right? I mean, that's kind of the way the argument goes. The other issue which we are going to contribute much to is delinking gas prices from oil prices, precisely because our natural gas prices enjoys gas and gas competition, therefore it's not linked to oil. The difficulty is that a lot of the projects that you mentioned, whether you're talking about East African gas or Australian LNG, are very expensive projects. So those export projects also have to have some reliability on the pricing formulation in order to justify those projects. And somehow the world needs to find where that sweet spot is, where the happy medium is, that would lead to eventually to delinking oil and gas prices, but still support these very expensive export projects that you're hoping to import LNG from.
On the fracking point, I would point out that President Obama and Senator Ron Wyden, the most previous chairman of the Energy Committee, the Democrat from Oregon, they both made comments recently encouraging Europe to develop its own resources. They did not use the F word. It has become a bad word in Washington because of the environmentalists protesting of that practice. But I think they are doing that already. I think they're doing that more implicitly than...
And I think they're going to do it openly at the G7 Energy Ministerial in Rome on the 5th and 6th of May.
But I would bet that they don't say the word fracking. I think that's...
Hydraulic fracturing then.
Not even that. They will use the word develop. I mean, it's very interesting how the politics have evolved on that. David, you had a comment and then you...
Yeah, I would love to take up the debate on whether a ban on fracking in Europe is good or bad for the U.S. I kind of think it's good economically, but that's too much to get into at this point. I do think that the U.S. is the key to whether there will be gas-on-gas competition worldwide. I agree with that. I don't see any other country that has a combination of the resource and the institutions and the market that would allow it to be a major incremental player in the world market, except for Qatar, which wants to keep high prices, and Russia, which wants to keep high prices. But for the U.S., I think it's a necessary condition to this, that for the U.S. to play this role, that we have that we eliminate policy restrictions on LNG exports, but it's nowhere near enough. Because if I were outside the United States, I'd worry about exactly the same thing I worry about inside the U.S. Not our policy on LNG exports, but our policy on natural gas production. Because the only way the U.S. is going to be able to export enough gas to push the world toward gas-on-gas competition is if we adopt very much more supportive policies toward natural gas extraction. Right now, we've been really lucky that the shale deposits that we are working with are all on private land. If we had to go through leasing and NEPA and all the other processes for producing gas from shale, we would still be back in 2007. And so, in all of our projections, I mean, we can see U.S. exports of 10 TCF per year by the late 2020s. That what that would produce is a reduction in Russia's export revenues for natural gas of 40 to 60%. Most of our gas would be going to Asia, but it doesn't matter because it would create an integrated world market, not one where there are identical prices in all countries, but where the prices move together. But the only way we get that is if we have what EIA calls their high oil and gas resource case, which I look at one in which we have solved the opposition to fracking, which I think is easy to do technically and regulatory way.
I just spent 3 days in Colorado.
Perhaps not to solve, but I think to actually remove the risks from fracking is a very straightforward process for cooperation between business and state regulators. Not difficult at all. I think they're well on their way to that in states like Colorado. But it's the U.S. ability to produce gas that really matters for the rest of the world, not the current amount of LNG licenses, of export licenses that we've given.
I would say the biggest impediment to fracking and development of natural gas is the political resistance. I spent a few days in Colorado, and the resistance there is alive and well. 4 cities along the Front Range have recently banned fracking, so I think that is a big concern. We're going to have a few more minutes of discussion up here, but please be thinking of questions that you'd like to ask the panelists. I will be turning it over to you guys in a few minutes. But Mark, you had a comment?
Yeah, so our conversation has veered at several points back and forth between viewing energy as sort of a domestic consumer issue versus a foreign policy issue. And I'd like to just use one example to kind of illustrate the irony of treating energy and LNG exports as strictly sort of a domestic consumer issue. There was a recent report that Poland is looking to import more LNG, and this could cost up to 1/3 more than their current arrangements to import gas by pipeline. This would be about $365 million more annually. And you put that number to a Polish voter, for example, and you could easily see someone saying, well, it's not really worth the cost. But Poland has also announced a $43 billion increase in defense procurement over the next 10 years. In 2014, Poland announced a $200 million increase in defense spending just for 2014 alone. Presumably, some of that is driven by some of its concerns in its region and Russian foreign policy in particular. Now, if you put the question to a Polish voter, say, would you rather pay $1 billion a year in your energy exports or in your energy imports to Russian coffers, or would you rather pay a much smaller number, say $100 million? I think you get a very different answer, and I don't think a wholly irrational or illogical answer to that question. I think it's difficult to me, particularly in light of the last months in Europe, to be able to say that there aren't real deep foreign policy implications of where one gets gas and how much one pays for the gas.
I think we see a lot of the foreign policy implications on the oil side. I mean, a lot of experts say we couldn't have done the Iranian sanctions without the oil boom. So I'd like to turn it over to the audience. Does anybody have any questions? Right there.
Yes, I'm Julia Nane with IHS Energy, and I had a question for the gentleman from Croatia LNG. Do you think, and this has been much in the news, that you could solve your problems, given that the Hungarian oil company owns a large share of the Croatian national company? Do you think that you could get beyond that and somehow solve that to cooperate on LNG, on an LNG terminal and LNG imports with Hungary?
Well, I'm not here, I cannot officially say from the government, I can say my opinion. And my opinion in general is that the cooperation is always better than a conflict. From a cooperation, both parties can find a common basic standpoint to cooperate further. It is a business issue as well as the political issue. So I'm hoping that this will be resolved on both political issue, where U.S. is also helping and diplomacy is helping to be resolved, and on a business issue as well. So this is an obstacle between Croatia and Hungary, but if looking only from a business point of view, LNG and interconnection should be looking separately, and we should find a common interest in developing this project separately of the oil company that is being on a dispute.
Great. You had a question?
Brenda Schaefer, Georgetown. So a question to Ed Chow and any other of the panelists that want to pick up on it. The last few months, sort of the standard line has been that Gazprom was flexible or slight flexibility on its last round of contracts with Europe because of the threat of U.S. LNG. But you know, as Ed Chow pointed out, Gazprom has some of the best energy economists in the world working, especially on their contract department. Is it wishful thinking in our mind that it's actually the threat of LNG when there's such a huge price differentiation between the pipeline gas and LNG exports, even if they came from the United States, or do we have any factual evidence that this influenced Gazprom's thinking?
Well, I would say, Brenda, that it reflects what Amos mentioned earlier this morning, which is that the fact that the United States is no longer taking as much LNG as we were expected to take has made a difference in the European gas market. And whereas Gazprom 4 or 5 years ago, thought of fracking as a nightmare that will soon pass, in the last year or two, it has now recognized that this has staying power and have therefore renegotiated many of their contracts with major European buyers to have more volume flexibility as well as more flexibility on pricing. Which is why as you pointed out this morning, why Gazprom sales to Europe has actually gone up last year, as well as the fact that Europe is importing less LNG now than it did before. That is a positive development from the standpoint of a European gas consumer. The next thing I would look for, actually, is what is Gazprom going to do as a result of the Ukraine crisis now, and what Mr. Putin is likely to announce when he goes to China next month. That I would be looking at Russia thinking that it needs diversity of markets, even while Europe thinks about its need for diversifying its supply sources. So I think that would be the next sign that I would be looking at, that more volumes of LNG coming on the market has had an impact, and Gazprom has been responding to that.
I think we had a question over here.
Mariusz Jędrysek, Polish Parliament. I agree totally with Ed that Russia now has Gazprom and Russian exporter in a perfect situation, at least for the next 2 years, because nothing can happen very fast. And And I think that especially like such countries like Poland, for example, has a lowest rate between of capacity for storage as compared to population. It's 1.6 billion. It's nothing as compared to Hungary, about 6, or any other countries. But only Serbia shows similar ratio, but they have special relation to Russia. We have also special relation, but an opposite meaning.
Not the same as Serbia.
And also, what I think that really what can be happen, that LNG, when USA start to export LNG, they become economically on the same side as Russia, because from economic point of view, American companies want to raise the price, as Russians want. So, in fact, in this way we lose allies, as from United States. So the best way is to not import LNG from USA, but as soon as possible start to exploit own gas from Shell, which started in Poland in 2006. Time is lost, totally lost. So with American companies, so in this time we'll be on political meaning and economical meaning on the same side. So this is my point. Yeah, I would like your comment, because I very agree with you.
Well, I mean, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, first of all, shale gas in Poland or shale gas in Romania, I think what Central and Eastern Europe needs right now is really a success story on shale gas, which we haven't had yet. And it takes time for that to develop. I'm very hopeful that in one of the two countries that I named, there will be a success story soon, and others will follow as a result of observing the success story either in Poland or in Romania. The other thing I would commend your government on is the very courageous decision of building the LNG receiving terminal. I mean, I think, you know, for us in America, you know, we think if Europeans really are concerned about energy security, then they should put their money where their mouths are. And, you know, the Czech Republic building the IKL pipeline, oil pipeline, Poland building the LNG receiving terminal, Lithuania building the floating LNG terminal, are real action that Europe is taking to diversify your own supply. And your best bet is increasing that diversity of supply, including and not excluding domestic production of energy resources.
I think we have time for one more question. I think the woman in the back had her hand up.
Hello, my name is Salome Saliashvili from Urban Institute. Focusing on Europe's demand for natural gas, is natural gas from Caspian Sea part of the equation? Is there more talk of receiving it through Azerbaijan or Turkmenistan? And from Turkmenistan, it could be through pipelines or another LNG. So is there any focus or conversation looking at Central Asia for the diversification of supplies? Thank you.
Where is Amos when you need it?
Well, Brenda actually mentioned that in the earlier panel. There's been quite a lot of focus on it. I would say, at least on gas from Azerbaijan and Southern Corridor, TANAP, TAP, and so on, are projects that will together, by the way, require $45 billion in investment. So we're talking about major projects. I think the importance of the Southern Corridor is to establish a transportation route so that then other projects can build on the establishment and of the viability of that route to add on, whether that's, you know, gas from northern Iraq or Turkmenistan or Eastern Med. That's a detail. But establishing that route in order to break the Gazprom monopoly, basically, on Southeast Europe, that's a main effort. I would say we've got to keep the eye on the ball also on the details of the execution. It doesn't help if Gazprom, through South Stream, is locking up pipeline access through many of the Western Balkan countries that full development of the Southern Corridor would have to rely on. So paying attention to those details are very important for policymakers as well.
Great. I want to ask one last question of the panelists, and you can only say yes or no. And nothing else. In 5 years, will we have lifted the ban on crude oil exports or significantly changed it so we would be exporting oil?
I would vote for yes.
Qualified yes.
Qualified yes.
Nothing else.
Nothing else?
No. Qualified yes.
Yes.
Very good.
That's a positive and note to conclude the panel on. I'd like to thank everybody for coming to this panel. I believe we have a coffee break now. So.
the last panel for the day. Is that right? Or last panel of the day?
Part of the world. Yeah, I don't know.
All right. All right, good afternoon. My name is Ian Brzezinski, and I'm a senior fellow here at the Atlantic Council. And I get the pleasure of serving as the moderator for this panel, V4 and European Market Integration, a Demand-Side Perspective. And let me start by thanking David Korani for his leadership in this, and Hungarian Embassy and Hungarian government for their sponsorship of this with the Atlantic Council. I might add is we're going to have, of course, more than just a V4 perspective. We have colleagues from other parts of Central Europe, which will add to a more rich discussion. You know, energy security, particularly European energy market integration, is, of course, not a new priority for Central Europe. But it's certainly one whose urgency has increased in these last months, particularly with the crisis that we're experiencing now in Ukraine. Russia's use of energy is not new. All of us in this room can certainly remember back to 2003, the cutoffs to Latvia, cutoffs to Estonia, the 2006 shutdown of a crude pipeline to Lithuania, the cutoff to Ukraine in 2006 also, cutoff of the Druzhba pipeline for a few days in 2007. And in the context of the crisis we have in Ukraine, of course, last week, Gazprom reiterated Putin's several-week-old threat to cut off gas flows to Ukraine and de facto to Europe. Now, the key elements of a strategy to enhance Central Europe's energy resilience include integrative infrastructure within the region and linking it to that of a broader Europe and the diversification of energy resources. And the V4 has played a particularly important role in driving this agenda forward. In 2011, during the Hungarian EU presidency, the EU heads of state committed to create an integrated European energy market, I believe by 2014. So that gives them, I think, a few more months to complete that mission. In June of 2013, the V4, the Visegrad of 4 prime ministers agreed to a timetable to create an integrated V4 energy market, Visegrad energy market. Last December, the Visegrad Forum, or the V4 created the Visegrad Forum for gas market integration. And just, I think it was last month, colleagues of ours, one sitting next to me, I believe, were on Capitol Hill advocating for U.S. LNG exports as part of the effort to diversify Europe's and Central Europe's energy sources. I'd say that one thing that struck me about our conversations this afternoon was how it touched on another Central European state, of course, it's Ukraine, and how we ought to be thinking about how market integration in Central Europe ought to also embrace that. I think there's a security dimension to that that's two-faced. One benefiting, of course, Ukraine, but I think some of the things that Ukraine has, its geography, its infrastructure, is something that could also be used to enhance Central European, if not European, energy resilience. So to discuss the progress being made in the integration of Central Europe's energy market and the political, geopolitical, and market dynamics shaping that effort, we have a panel of statesmen, business leaders who are driving these initiatives today. To my immediate left is Václav Bartuška, Ambassador at Large for Energy Security from the Czech Republic. He was also a Czech Commissioner General at the Expo 2000 in Germany. But I first crossed paths with him, actually I heard of him, when he was leading student strikes not too long ago in 1989 and was a powerful force in his country's Velvet Revolution. And he has special ties to the United States as a Fulbright Fellow and as a Marshall Fellow, I believe, also. Pavel Hamzik is the Ambassador at Large for Energy Security from Slovakia. He's also the foreign policy or senior foreign policy advisor to his Prime Minister, Robert Fico. He's a former foreign minister of Slovakia and a former deputy prime minister for European integration. And one thing that's very timely to our discussion today, he just recently ended service as ambassador to Ukraine. Georgi Harmati is the deputy CEO for strategy at MVM, an energy consortium with emphasis on electric power in Hungary. He joined that company a year ago and manages group-level strategy and business development. He's also, interestingly, president of South Stream Hungary, and chairman of the supervisory board of Hungarian gas trading companies. So he's crossing into some very important strategic issues concerning not just his company, but his country's and the region's energy security. And he brings 18 years of experience from Shell Corporation, both in the consultancy side of their house and their sales and marketing house. And Lakazar Matev is the ambassador at large for energy security from Bulgaria. He directed the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Strategic and Security Policy Matters for a number of years, served as ambassador to the United Kingdom. He's a career foreign service officer, to use our term, and in poignant relevance to our discussion today. He's for 5 years spent time as a member of the Bulgarian EU accession negotiations team, responsible for the infrastructure chapters, including those touching on transportation, energy, environment, and such. So I welcome our panelists, and what we're going to do is going to give each of them 5 to 7 minutes to kind of give their views on where we are and where we're headed in energy integration in Europe and energy security for their region. I'm going to start off with Vaclav.
Okay, well, good afternoon. It's always nice to be on the last panel because then the audience remains really hardcore. So thank you for staying with us. Well, we have two options on this panel. We can either speak about the integration in the Visegrad region so far and how much we have done and praise one another, or we can also talk about what's going to happen this winter, which will have not much to do with market forces and much more to do with what happens probably in Ukraine and elsewhere in the East. So first on the market and then to the winter. I believe that the basic targets of the EU to create some sort of energy markets inside the Union will be met mostly in the western part of the Union. The more east you go, the less integration there is, quite often for the simple reason that we are sometimes too lazy to actually do something other than talking and signing agreements. I'm sorry to say that, but that's very often the truth. If you just look at the number of interconnectors and pipelines and high voltage lines in the western part of Europe and the central eastern part of Europe, you will see the clear picture. There are 5 interconnectors for gas between France and Belgium. There is finally one between Slovakia and Hungary after so many years of difficult negotiations, and so forth and so forth. So yes, we will have some sort of market, hopefully. In some parts it will be more integrated than elsewhere. For my own country, I must say that even though we are in the Visegrad group and talking about the integration of the markets, we do have a default option, which is always simply to remain with Germany in the same market. And for gas and electricity, we already basically have German prices. We use the NCG, the Net Connect Germany price for our gas trades. Electricity is basically fixed by the Leipzig exchange in Germany as well. And honestly, Germany is the most interesting market in Europe, the most liquid one, and the one which is the most likely to survive no matter what disturbances happen in the future. So for us, Visegrad is important. It is something that we want to go ahead with our friends. If the work will be too slow or if not much will be done, we always have the other option to simply remain integrated elsewhere. Just to be very frank and very, very candid. I think that this is the moment now when we will all be forced to show our hand, how much we have done in the past, how much we have not. So just to make clear that for us, the Central European integration makes sense. If it doesn't happen, we always have elsewhere to go, unlike others. But what I wanted to say more is not so much about markets as such, but about the most likely scenarios for the winter to come, especially in gas. We are still pretending that the neighborhood is not on fire. We talk about the party we will have tonight in our house and the parties we will have in the future in our house, trying to forget that there is something going on not far. So for the winter, we can basically have 3 scenarios. 1, nothing happens. The transit through Ukraine remains as it is. And we can talk about market integration, we can talk about free movement of gas and all sorts of stuff. The likeliest scenario, though, is the second one, which is that transit through Ukraine stops for some reason. It doesn't necessarily have to be a policy decision of somebody in Moscow or Kiev. It can quite easily be something on the ground that disrupts the pipelines or the flows. And that something can be a little green man or some bloody idiot who will simply think that blowing up a pipeline is a good thing to do. And given the fact that pipeline systems are fairly difficult physical structures with hydraulics and all that, I mean, you can do a lot of harm to it relatively easily. So this scenario of transit through Ukraine disappearing is actually, for us at this moment, the scenario we're looking at the most. We expect this to happen this winter, either a severe cut or a complete cut. So that's what we basically work with for this winter. I'm not sure about our friends in the neighborhood, but this is what we expect. And the reading we have is that for us, the Czech Republic, and for several others in the Central Eastern Europe, it would not be such a difficult. For Slovakia, which has reverse flows from us, or from Austria, the more south and east you go, the more difficult it might get. Probably the most difficult position will be of Bulgaria, and I expect Mr. Matev will say a few words about that. And that's still the optimistic version. Optimistic in the sense that there will still be a flow of gas from Russia to Europe by the two northern pipelines, Nord Stream and Yamal Europe, which goes through Poland. And in case there is no Russian gas going to Europe, either because of our blockade or their blockade, then we have a completely different scenario when Europe will simply face up a lack of roughly 1/4 of its gas. And then I don't really think that we can actually help much countries in Central Eastern Europe, especially in the southeast, to be very blunt about that, and definitely not Ukraine. So those are the three options. As I said, I expect severe difficulties this winter on the Ukrainian pipeline system, either by design or simply by a series of accidents, and that's something we should get ready for. I hope I'm not too pessimistic for this audience, and I expect some questions later on. Thank you.
I think that'll generate some questions for sure. Thank you. Pavel.
So thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity to talk to you and to be here. First of all, I agree with Václav. We should be prepared for a crisis. Situation is very tense. I returned back from Ukraine on the 16th of December. Now the situation worsened after almost five years. So I witnessed not only how in which shape Ukraine is, but also how this country was governed. But nevertheless, we have today concrete situation which could endanger also ourselves. We are in a different situation as we were during the gas crisis 2009, because now today we have interconnectors with Czech Republic, with Austria, we build with Hungary. So we are not endangered to that extent. It will complicate our life, but we will survive with gas, not with crude oil, because there is only one possibility for us to get crude oil only from Russia. But now we are speaking about gas. In this situation, we wanted to help Ukraine. Today we signed, it was mentioned already here, a memorandum of understanding about the opening a possibility for reverse flow of gas through Slovakia back to Ukraine. Negotiations were not easy. Through this pipeline, we can provide Ukraine from, I believe already, we can start in September, 3.2 billion of cubic meters of gas per year. At the end of this year, at the latest on March 2015, 8 to 10 billion. So it's not such a small amount, because Ukraine is buying around 23 billion of cubic meters of gas from Russia per year. There is possibility of the reverse flow through Hungary, 4.7 to 6. There is possibility through Poland, 2 to 4, if it's improved technically. So almost 19 billion of cubic meters per year, but this is in a perspective in 1 year. We have an immediate situation. It is necessary to solve it, because there is not enough of gas in the storages in Ukraine. Today or yesterday it was 6.5 billion of cubic meters. They need another 11. But the situation as such was the same last year and the year before, etc., but there was no crisis. We have to think about the situation too. We cannot open a big reverse, so it means that we have 4 big pipelines with a capacity to 250 billion, so how many per year? Of course, not so much gas flies through these pipelines, and Ukrainians wanted from us to reverse one of them and to get the possibility to buy in Europe 30 billions of cubic meters of gas per year. There is no such amount of gas in Europe. That's first problem. Then we saw as a second problem that they wanted that. They didn't think about the reverse flow, really. They wanted to use it as a negotiating position towards Gazprom in the negotiations about the price, how high it is. That was second problem. Then there is a risk, according to our analysis, to break the agreement with Gazprom Export of our operator, Eustream. This risk is very high, but if there is no juridical risk, then there is certainly political, because the Russians would like to get Ukraine to their knees. Simply, we see this risk, and it could endanger everything, our energy security, security of the deliveries to Europe. I must say that we were very pleased that the European Commission understood our position, that I participated in the negotiations in Kapušany in Bratislava last Thursday, and I was part of the team which created and prepared our position. Commission said that they appreciate it. They know that we are doing that, although Gazprom is against, but they have no influence to somehow to prevent us to do it, because this is the 5th pipeline, as a matter of fact, which is not under the control, in parentheses, of the Gazprom. Because in Kapušany, 7 kilometers behind the borders, there is a measuring station, and Gazprom is measuring how much gas flies. And only after this measuring station, the gas belongs to Germans, to French companies, to us, etc. So there we built 400 meters of the pipelines and sent contracted gas back to Ukraine, to the underground storages. So this is the situation. I don't want to be more specific because it's to some extent a complicated matters, but and also we talked to our American friends. Mr. Biden called my prime minister 2 times, and simply this solution was appreciated for all sides. Of course, from broader perspective, I believe for us, for Europe, the storages in Ukraine could be of some interest, because sometimes you have better price, sometimes you have a bigger price in winter, in summer, lower price. So this is also a question which we were thinking about, but today we have a crisis. We don't know what to expect us. But therefore, we are prepared to discuss any opportunity of the diversification of the sources of gas. It includes also the LNG. We don't know what will happen between Ukraine and Russia, and we cannot imagine what consequences it will bring to all of us. And what concerns our cooperation within the V4, Václav already mentioned, and our policy in Europe. So here we are very close with the position of the Czech Republic and other Visegrad 4 countries. I have to say that today we are much closer to each other, Czechs and Slovaks, than we were during the common state. But we are close, and our interest is the same. Also with Hungary, also with Poland. And we are supporting any discussion, any opportunity, and any window of opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you. Agree.
Thank you very much. So my name is George Harmati. It's just to make it easier for the audience. Well, thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation. It's a great excitement and experience to be here. I've listened to a number of very interesting presentations this morning, which exceeded all my expectations. So it is a special honor to be here. So thank you very much for that. And I would like to invite you for a very short journey to Hungary to see all these gas and probably through gas the energy questions from the point of view of the country I represent here today. We are a NATO frontier country. I think it is important to say. And I did some calculations. Let's, for a moment, think that Hungary is a state in the US. Some might want this moment to last quite long. This would rank by its GDP, or better said GSP in that case, 33 on that list, somewhere between Nevada and Utah. Which if we use to compare or to understand what the Hungarian-Russian gas long-term contract means for the Hungarian economy, and we put that by this GSP to the perspective of US, then we would be talking about a trade relationship larger than the entire import of US from China. That's one single deal. That would be equivalent in the US with a deal worth per annum $500 billion. So quite a big one. So that's the Hungarian perspective of the Russian supplies to Hungary. This is how important this is for the Hungarian economy today. But this contract, in fact, comes to its end. We all know, we've heard this morning already, that Russian contracts, well, long-term contracts, they are unfavorable in terms of pricing. They have so-called take or pay obligations. So no matter what the demand is in your country or the ability of the buying side to actually market those volumes, still there is an obligation to purchase certain volumes, no matter whether they are at higher prices than the market, etc. So we have those obligations as well. But this contract at the end of 2015 comes to its end. And Hungary apparently might have an opportunity to rethink and eventually reshape its supply portfolio of gas. But let's have a look what the opportunities are. We definitely don't have a Henry hub around. We don't have even a hub that is liquid and close enough to us. So basically, we at the moment, and that applies not only to Hungary, but that is inherited from the previous regimes, that we have very much one-sided supply routes, all east to west into our countries, which determine, therefore, access to sources. And our current access to sources is Russia. So Russia, we believe that unless infrastructures are developed as one very major step towards diversification, will remain the only source in the region. In fact, if we look around, okay, well, this morning someone said that Hungary has interconnections around, well, almost with all its neighbors, and that's true. That's a very good starting point. One we most use, of course, is the one that comes through Ukraine into Hungary. The other one we most use is the direction from Austria. But if we look at Austria, then in Austria, if we put a flag on each gas molecule, what is going around in Austria, that would probably also be all Russian flags. So basically, in the region, wherever we look or whomever we interconnect with, there will be Russian molecules. So the question here is, okay, is infrastructure enough for us to diversify and ensure supply security, what we are aiming at? Well, the answer is clearly it's a very important step, but in itself it is far from enough. It won't give us access to alternative sources. Now, even in terms of infrastructure, some say that the Central Eastern European region in the development of its infrastructure is up to 30 years behind Western Europe. So there is a 30 years lag behind our Western European colleagues and countries in terms of the maturity of the infrastructure as an enabler of a source diversification and a truly market-based gas supply opportunity. Now, nonetheless, Hungary and MVM as its flagship in the energy sector is committed to all the EU goals in terms of creating a single gas market, in terms of achieving energy security and diversification. All these goals have been included in the National Energy Strategy, which was last updated in 2010, and also now embraced very much by the Visegrad 4 group. And in that, so under that idea, MVM has already contributed to a number of these goals. It was also mentioned this morning that MVM had, together with our Slovakian colleagues, we just inaugurated the first connection between the two gas systems of our countries, just in the beginning of April. Then MVM also participates in a very interesting initiative, which is called the AGRI project. This stands for Azerbaijan, Georgia, Romania. And the idea there is to bring from Azerbaijan through Georgia and through the Black Sea to Romania gas, partly by pipeline, partly through the Black Sea by LNG. So MVM participates in that as well. We're developing that. We also participated in the Shah Deniz 2 tender when Nabucco and TAP was still a choice. And we also created the Hungarian gas exchange to support all these ambitions. Now, it is important to see, though, that while we are pursuing these goals, they are still remain to be long-term. And in the meantime, we need to manage our Russian relations. And therefore, it is our duty in Hungary to ensure that they are good and cooperative relations between our countries. Some developments in the region we believe might contribute to the security of supply, and we are withholding our breath, of course, monitoring them, and wherever is possible, we're trying to contribute to them. One of them is the Polish LNG, of course, but we are also closely monitoring the shale gas developments and trying to pitch into those from the commercial sides wherever we could. East Med supply opportunities are still to be seen how far they will develop, same as the Black Sea opportunities, which we believe might serve also for local diversification purposes. Now the Caspian, with the fail of Nabucco, essentially now became a rather long-term opportunity for our region, but we still are prepared to support that also in the long term. So the sort of mid-term, really one opportunity that remains as a diversification is Croatian LNG. I think because of the shortness of the time, I'm not going to explore, but MVM is also participating in that project from the commercial side, together with the HEP and the CEI, which is the government organization in Croatia. We are developing the commercial side of this opportunity with the objective to, by the end of this year, to be able to take an FID on that terminal. The role of the US, and these are really the last thoughts I'd like to share here, which we see is actually to support the development of the Caspian region and the southern corridor. And also, well, clearly, as an alternative source, whether that happens or not, is to, through its LNG export liberalization, to create an alternative and access to an alternative source of supply. And with that, I would really stop here, and I'll look forward to all the questions.
Thank you,
and
George.
comments. Thank you.
Czar.
Thank you. Thanks the organizers. It's a really topical matter, topical question for all of us, all our countries. Although Bulgaria is not a member of V4, I have the same passionate support for all V4 initiatives, not only in the energy sector, but in particularly in the energy sector, because dynamics that they propose for all the region, V4 plus the countries going to the southern wing of Europe, down to Aegean Sea, are really very promising. And integration in this area would propose the opportunities for integrated markets that we need a lot, that would create all the opportunities for additional supply consumption, and a lot of things I would like to develop on later on. I would like to start also with mentioning something Amos this morning said. We cannot have energy independence. I agree totally, there is no energy independence, but I would argue that there is strategic energy independence, where strategic political decisions of a country are not influenced by energy. And what we have in Southeastern Europe and in Central Europe, we have strategic vulnerability. Practically, at certain moments, we are not free to make the choice because of certain dependencies regarding our strategic political matters of the countries. What is the status quo in Southeastern Europe? Practically, it's the most underdeveloped market, lack of infrastructure, interconnectivity, a limited integration, competition at regional level, and the most important, we are all dependent. One source, one supplier, one route of supply. Unfortunately, Bulgaria has the bad chance to be the most suffering from the gas crisis in 2009. And although we tried a lot to develop our policy in this area, interconnecting and infrastructure, because perhaps of Nabucco, that was our perspective, and we devoted a lot of efforts to this project to happen. Perhaps we didn't manage to develop the rest of our infrastructure. But what is the perspective now for us? Southern Gas Corridor, definitely. Although what we can expect from Trans-Adriatic Pipeline, only 2 BCM that could come to the interconnector Greece-Bulgaria. And it is far from the gas that Central Europe and Southeastern Europe needs. Moreover, we have a lot of problems for the gas from Azerbaijan to come to the region. First of all, we have already 2 companies that left Shah Deniz. First Total, now is finalizing Statoil. And there is a tension between the participants, major 2 participants, Azerbaijan and Turkey. So we cannot rely that in 2019 we will be having TANAP and Caspian gas to the region. So it aggravates the situation much more. What is really commendable, the initiative of the Hungarian presidency of V4 and the whole cooperation of V4 as a key player for whole the region, working on the most accessible, refocusing the efforts, more accessible and immediate decision with creation of the proposed new gas corridor. Hungarian presidency proposed it to be Aegean-Baltic corridor. There are other proposals, south-north, whatever we call it. It creates really interconnection between the existing systems. No big investments and problems like in the case of Nabucco, And the project is based on development of multi-directional flow and on what is important, reception gas from LNG. One of the LNGs is Świnoujście, I don't know if I pronounce it well, in Poland, the other one in Greece, and Croatia is the third one, which is not part of this corridor, but has also very important role in direction west-east as well. Can we have enough capacity to receive gas if we get from somewhere else? Definitely we will, because at the moment there are several LNGs in the region, although not sufficient, but they're underutilized. I can say the first one is existing one in Revitusa in Greece, and Greece is thinking of increasing the capacity and also the storages in the region. Also, we have the opportunity from Turkey. And Turkey has become very open to our region to look at Central and Southeastern Europe as a market for the supplies they expect from all the parties. Caspian region, Northern Iraq, Eastern Mediterranean, as the companies that are exploiting or exploring at the moment gas in Israel, Leviathan, Phil would like to bring the gas to Turkey as well. There is also a contract with Turkmenistan, and Turkey will be having, and they have from Russia, of course, independent Blue Stream. So they will be have at a certain point enough gas, and they will be ready, as they share their opinion, to supply gas even before TANAP is constructed via their national system and via interconnector that we're supposed to build with Bulgaria, then to channel this gas to Central Europe. Just to mention something which is really very important for us in this area as the most vulnerable in gas context. Really, US political leadership for channeling additional supplies is crucial. Even not from US to the markets, to Russia and to the investors, will give enough input to the efforts to this idea to come operational. We know very well that there is no magic ball that could resolve the matters in one instant. Also, we know that American gas cannot come physically to Europe within the next 3, 4, perhaps 5 years. But even the signal to the markets will create a real atmosphere, real environment for this to happen. Even there is one idea that I've heard from certain experts in the area that there could be created certain mechanisms, swaps or specific mechanisms for supplying gas from other suppliers, energy suppliers, against later supplies from the United States. And this mechanism could work and could bring gas earlier to the region. But definitely the decision of the United States is crucial.
Well, thank you. So we've hit off here on LNG exports, Ukraine, pipeline infrastructure, north-south infrastructure and such. But I want to go back to Vaclav and follow up on the scenario that he rolled out, which is a shut-off to Ukraine, which would be a shut-off, at least in part, at least one route, a significant amount of Russian gas to Central Europe and to Europe as a whole. It struck me always a little bit that we underestimate the amount of economic weight, let's say, the European Union has. This is a $12 trillion GDP that's there. Russia is a $2 trillion GDP. It's the size of Italy, and arguably more fragile than Italy. It's a one-horse show. It relies nothing on but exports, and that exports all goes to not all, but most of it goes to Europe. That's of course gas and oil. If there was a shutdown that precipitated an energy showdown between Europe and Russia, what would be the consequences? And if you're expecting it to happen, what should we be doing about it now? What should Central Europe be doing about it now? How do you prepare for that?
I don't expect a shutdown at the moment, no. I expect a showdown over Ukraine, but basically a one-sided showdown. And it will basically show how much has been done by each member state. I have to disagree with what my Hungarian colleague said. We have built a pipeline for oil in 1996, so we now import more oil from the west than from the east. We have built the reverse flows from Germany and started to buy Norwegian gas in 1997. It's 17 years ago. So you can do a lot, and if there's a showdown, it will basically show very much which countries have done how much. I don't expect a full showdown between Europe and Russia at the moment. We will see what next month will bring. But I expect a shutdown of Ukraine in transit, or at least it's a possibility which we have to think about, because it's nice to have rosy scenarios when nothing happens.
But if you're thinking about it, what should you be doing about it? If you're expecting it to happen in the fall or winter, what should be done now?
Well, you cannot really build pipelines in a matter of months. If you've been doing nothing for 20 years, it's a bit lost time. You can definitely go forward, and we can go forward with reverse flows and strengthen them. You can also look around what possibilities for additional gas to Europe are there. It's not so much the US gas, but it might be other LNG forms. But basically it will be, how much have you done in the last 20 years? The homeworks you have done.
Okay. Pavel, you mentioned the strategic assets that Ukraine brings to bear. How do you see that? What potential do you see that serving Europe? How would it serve Europe?
Ukraine is a very complicated country. It's a member of the energy community, but until today they didn't implement anything, we can say. They are very good in imitating, good relations and towards one side, and European integration, priorities to the other side, etc., imitating to their citizens that they are doing something for them. So this is a very difficult country. In this shape, they cannot add too much. My hope, and I spent there 5 years, my hope was an association agreement for the standardization, not from 1 year to another, in a longer perspective. First results after 5 years, 10 years. We should give them some perspective of the membership at the beginning of the negotiations. Turkey has this perspective for 50 years. I wouldn't expect that Ukrainians wait for such a long time, but we all would like to see a light at the end of the tunnel. So, but practically, I mentioned storages. Yeah, this is a concept of Ukraine. Yeah, please open reverse flow and store your gas, cheap gas, and then you take it in the winter, etc. But for something like this, we have to reverse the big pipes going through Slovakia, and as a matter of fact, we are the biggest transit country for Russian gas to Europe. The compressor station in Kapushani is the biggest. In the EU, it was the biggest in Europe before the Nord Stream started to operate. So it's 300 megawatts. Can you imagine? I saw it for the first time 10 days ago. It's very, and it's also funny that if you come to Kapushani, it's on our soil, it's in the Slovak Republic, but all the pipes are painted in 2 colors, blue and yellow, so Ukrainian colors, yeah? Only this wheels which you open and close are red in Kapushani, so it was to some extent funny. It was like a joke. So the storages, but now we have a crisis. It's a war, economic war, certainly, from the Russian side towards Ukraine. It's a big try to destabilize the country, eastern parts. This is not, I saw when Yanukovych announced that he's not going to sign the association agreement, I saw 1 million of people spontaneously coming to Kiev. It was emotionally very strong. After 5 years, I was very skeptical towards Ukraine and their perspective. But at that moment, I said to myself, this country is worth to, these people, not the politicians, is worth to fight for it. Next week, 300,000, another week, 500,000. I have to admit that until I left, it was Maidan was more happening than protest, but more happening than revolution. There are concerts and 24-hour strong speeches and some small barricades around 2 squares and part of Maidan, part of Hreshchatyk, etc. But of course, today, situation is very complicated. We are not happy. This is the European country, the biggest. It's very complicated here and there, but I strongly believe that people, if they have a choice freely to vote, they will vote also in Donetsk, in Dnipropetrovsk, in Luhansk, in Poltava for united majority, for united Europe. So I mentioned hundreds of thousands of people in the street, and now we have 200, 300, maybe 1,500 separatists or people supporting anti-Maidan, etc. So this is a big difference. But if you see it through the television eyes, you believe that this is big number of people. But nevertheless, it's complicated and it's very dangerous. I do not expect some compromises from the Russian side. You see Geneva Accords not implemented, etc., etc. So we will have a hard time, and we are speaking now about the necessity of the inclusive government, but whom to include? Putin's people or Fifth Column or Russian Vector or whom?
It's going to be, I think you're right, we're in for a long, challenging time. In Ukraine, it's going to be hard for them to pull together the reforms and direction, particularly at a time when they're being essentially invaded. But let me move on to your colleague, George. And you spoke quite a bit about gas, but your company also deals in the nuclear sector. And I understand that with PAX, the Hungarian government, perhaps your company, had just signed basically a $10 billion euro agreement with Russia to upgrade the PAX nuclear plant. The timing struck me as challenging, shall we say, and it certainly strikes me as somewhat contradictory to the effort to kind of diversify the basis of Central European, certainly Hungarian energy dependence. Why extend that relationship, particularly at this time, particularly when you can go to other alternatives for that kind of nuclear technology and capability?
I think, thank you for the question. I think it's indeed not a very straightforward if not all the details are known. In fact, it wasn't the decision of MVM, my company. It was at the highest political levels, the decision taken. It was an intergovernmental agreement, in fact. But MVM, as you rightly pointed out, I mean, we are operating the only nuclear facility in Hungary, which in terms of capacity is 1/4 of the entire installed generation capacity in Hungary. But in terms of production, it represents already 50%. It is important to see that although at the moment there is a staged prolongation of each of the 4 reactors, so in terms of life, so it's called a lifetime extension by 20 years each. We are just over the first reactor. Right now, we're about to extend the lifetime of the second reactor and the other 2 to come. All of them by 20 years, which means a phasing out of the current nuclear capacity entirely by approximately 2035. and as I mentioned, 25% of the entire installed capacity would fall out by then. So that needs to be replaced. And we all know that in nuclear, the projects, so the development projects are very long-spanning. In this particular development, we're talking about at least 10 years. So therefore, I mean, the decision had to be anticipated. We've been in negotiations with Westinghouse, with Areva, with Atmea 1. We also went to South Korea. But nobody offered actually the technology together with the financing. The Russians did. So there was an offer on the table. And the financing came with it. And the financing, while all the rating agencies, renowned rating agencies, would rate Hungary as BB minus, probably BB plus. So financing is not an easy question these days for our nation. And here we are talking a lot of money. So you mentioned the 10 billion, indeed. And the Russian conditions were much better than that. So we had a unique opportunity at the table, and we had to take a decision while seeing that no one else would probably match that opportunity. And the Hungarian government decided to go this way. Now, we can argue, of course, whether this is a wrong decision, but it is a decision. And I think that all the governments face potentially contradicting decisions or decisions which might be viewed one way or the other. But I think that all in all, on the long term, this decision guarantees the continuity of energy security in Hungary and also the independence of the Hungarian generation.
Thank you. Lekazar, you gave a very credible case for Bulgarian support for interconnectors to diversify the gas sources available to your country. But it strikes me you're sitting on a boatload of gas. And that, of course, are the formations under Bulgaria that can be leveraged through fracking. Why does your government continue to ban fracking at a time, particularly when it's becoming increasingly clear that you urgently need more gas? You're sitting on it, the technology has been proven, it's available. Why not use what's basically a boatload of gas, not even next door, but under your feet?
Well, very good question. Actually, the moratorium we have is not by the government, it's by the parliament, and it's a result of a massive vocal opposition in Bulgaria based on environmental concerns. And many times recently, Bulgarian government has expressed their position that once the technologies could be enough convincing for being friendly, environmentally friendly, so there will be no problem to go ahead with removing this ban on the shale exploration. Practically, we haven't had so far any proof of deposit we have of shale in Bulgaria. Since at very early stage it was stopped. The predictions of our geologists are that we have around 1 trillion cubic meters and exploitable up to 300 billion, which is very good for Bulgaria with our consumption of under 3 billion per annum. But it will be good for the region. But so far it's unavailable as opportunity. You know very well that we are drilling at the moment, stopped already finalized seismic exploration in Black Sea. Not proven big reserves as expected, but still we are very hopeful that there will be gas for us, as we are very glad that our neighbors, northern neighbors, Romania, discovered in the Black Sea. And it's a good opportunity for all the region and all the projects projects have been talking about earlier. But one opportunity, I know that we are close to the end of the session. One of the opportunities recently, Bulgarian ministers, 2 ministers, Prime Minister and the President, were to Qatar. And we have very promising talks with them to deliver gas and to participate in certain infrastructural projects in the region. And also there is a view already certain promising bankability of the project floating LNG near Kavala in Greece, another one. So it's for the whole project of project V4+3 is really something that is giving perspective. But we need the gas. The big problem is having the gas.
Got it. Okay, I'm going to open up to the other participants here. But since we're very limited in time, I'm going to take 2 questions. I'm going to ask people who got questions to be really brief, and we're going to use those questions as the basis for any final comments our panelists would like to make. Anybody out there? Question? Sir? And please be brief. Give us your name, your serial number, where you're from, and your question, your comment.
Hello? Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. Sabin Popescu, it's my name. I'm from Romanian Embassy here in Washington. I want to congratulate the panelists for a nice presentation. So, a brief question about South Stream. The last presentation media said that in Bulgaria and in Serbia, the work's still continuing. So what will be the future of that part of Southern Corridor?
Thank you. We have another name right here.
Sam Payton from the American-Israel Public Affairs Committee. Just a quick question, especially for Bulgaria. You briefly touched on Eastern Mediterranean reserves, like the Leviathan, for example. What kind of impact could you see that having on integration into Europe in the future? There are very promising steps being done in that region.
Great. Okay, South Stream, East Med reserves.
Both to me, I guess.
And we'll go in reverse order for any closing remarks.
Okay. Thank you very much for the questions.
And gentlemen, if you could also be brief so we can get you on your way
I deliberately skipped from my presentation South Stream. Yeah, it's for many years it has been problematic for the European Commission and the Commissioner personally, and I had a lot of discussions with them on this because yes, it was created as a political project by the Russians, but already it's not a diversification of the supply, it's diversification for the route. And for other countries, not only Bulgaria, 7 EU member states participate in this project, and it was initiated by any Italian company. So it brings gas with diminished transit risk. We know that at certain extent it would be considered our move against Ukraine. But at the same time, I shared with Ian before the session started that we were thinking of our united interest when the embargo against former Yugoslavia started. And Bulgaria, as a frontier state, lost around $30 billion at the moment when we were in crisis and started our transition to market economy. And I was heading that time delegation to UN for 2 years, 94, 95, begging some help for Bulgaria. Just guess if we get a single penny for recovery of our economy for that time. So we need, yes, we would like to think, and we think with our colleagues from the European Union, how we can compensate and how we can supply Ukraine from all our sources and projects. But we can think of this as something that could be beneficial for Europe as well, bringing liquidity of gas. Having in mind what we can get from the Caspian, it's nothing. It's less than 2% to the needs and consumption of Europe. And Russia will continue being one of the major suppliers to Europe. So we need to find really huge counterbalance of supplies and projects there. And I think our hosts in this country have a big say on this. With regard to Eastern Mediterranean, yes, brief, I think it would be very important for the region as well. Whatever is the decision there, either LNG in Cyprus and giving Israeli gas going to Cyprus and then to Greece, Bulgaria, and Central Europe, or it will go to Turkey and via Turkey, interconnected Bulgaria, Turkey, it will bring the same benefits to this group of countries we represent here.
Thank you. George?
Very briefly on South Stream. As Ian mentioned, I'm the president of the Hungarian South Stream company. It is important to bear in mind that the intergovernmental agreements for South Stream were signed before the third energy package in Europe, and very much to the analogy of Nord Stream. So there wasn't any particular second thought behind it. And as my Bulgarian colleague mentioned, predominant is what prevailed on one hand in this decision on the Hungarian side is the economic value of it, so the contribution of such a major project to the Hungarian economy. I already did the comparison in the beginning of my speech, so now you know what it means to Hungary. And on the other hand, of course, well, it is a diversification. It is a supply route diversification. And it was already mentioned this morning a number of times, the crisis of 2006 and 2009. So for Hungary, this supply security was also an important matter in such a decision. So I personally believe, and by the way, this contract was signed under the conditions, so that the operation on South Stream is only possible should it comply with the European rules. So it was never the intention of the Hungarian government to go against something which is the objective, or more importantly, the regulation in Europe. Now on East Mediterranean, very shortly, I mean, of course, we are watching, we are expecting those volumes to come on stream, hopefully sooner than later. And our contribution at the moment is to support the development of the Croatian LNG, because that is predominantly, well, probably the quickest project which could bring those molecules into our region. So and we can only hope that the discussions about the seabed can come to a fruitful end rather shortly.
Good, thank you, Pavel.
South Stream. A few points from our perspective. Political project, very costly. It's not lowering, but deepening the dependence on Russia and on the deliveries of Russian gas to Europe. We have a system, we need stable relations, we don't need South Stream. From our Slovak point of view, we need stable relation between Russia, Ukraine, between Russia and us.
Good point. Last word.
Did you have a feeling that there is a sense of urgency in this panel? There are 4 countries from the region which will be most hit if something happens with Ukraine. And I don't really think that we are actually feeling that right now. It's too warm outside. Come talk to us in November, okay? Have a nice day.
Thank you very much.